Hello everyone. Welcome to our class of Excel Essential to learn the essentials of the usage of Excel. So if you are planning to learn about Excel from the beginning, then you are in the right place because we will cover in this class from the basic to advanced. This is a beginner level class. So if you have no previous experience, then you can join in this class. Let's take a look what you will learn from this class. 1 is going to be Introduction to Microsoft Excel. 2 is how to use the workspace of Microsoft Excel, including its ribbons and tabs. 3, using basic formulas and functions. 4 is going to be data entry and formatting. 5 is going to be cell referencing. There is absolute cell reference and relative cell reference. And 6, we're going to learn about data management. 7 is going to be graph and charts. And 8 is going to be data validation. After completing this class, you will be able to express your ideas freely and go through the workspace of Excel. You will have the confidence and skills to effectively or efficiently use Excel for various tasks. You can use basic formulas and function very easily. You'll be able to create a strong foundation for more advanced functionalities in Microsoft Excel. In the end, you'll be able to save data and know how to share your own data whenever you want. This is a project-based class. So during learning, you will have class project. So what you have learned, you will be able to participate in class project. So you can do practice while you are learning. You will have supporting resources in the class. So it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I am always there to help you. So let's start learning Excel Essential together. Welcome to Microsoft Excel Essentials course. Well, let's learn a bit about Microsoft Excel before going into our first lesson. Let's learn about what we have in the overview. We welcome you to the world of Microsoft Excel, where data transforms into sight and calculations become a breeze. This course introduction to Microsoft Excel is your gateway to mastering one of the most powerful spreadsheet tools available. Whether you're a beginner or seeking to refine your skills, this course will equip you with the essential knowledge to navigate Excel confidently. Now, we have to learn about what Microsoft Excel is. Microsoft Excel is a robust spreadsheet application that allows you to organize, analyze, and visualize data. It provides a versatile platform for tasks ranging from simple data entry to complex financial modeling. Excel's intuitive interface and extensive set of features make it an indispensable tool for professionals, students, and anyone who can deal with numbers and information. Now, we're going to learn about the course format. There are going to be 3 parts: modules, interactive learning, and practical application. The course is divided into modules, each focusing on a specific aspect of Excel functionality. In interactive learning, we're going to engage with video tutorials, hand-on exercises, and real-world examples to refine your understanding. And in our practical application, there are going to be a couple of class projects which you'll be applying your skills to real-world scenarios, ensuring that you can transfer your newfound knowledge to your daily tasks. Now, what are the prerequisites? No prior Excel experience is necessary. This course is designed to accommodate beginners, and by the end, you'll be equipped with a solid foundation in Excel proficiency. Who should enroll? Well, if you're a professional and seeking to enhance your spreadsheet skills, you're welcome. Students preparing for academic and professional use, and anyone eager to unlock the potential of Microsoft Excel. Now, let's turn on Microsoft Excel and know about its interface. When you open up Microsoft Excel from your desktop or wherever from your PC, you will basically see an interface like this. Okay, now there are a couple of things you have to learn. Now, if you have no experience, then you are in the right place. Now, first off, let's start off with our ribbons. You can see these are the ribbons named File, Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, Data, Review, View, Developer, and Help. Let's start off with knowing about our File tab or our File ribbon. There are also a couple of things over here. You can see when you want to open up any new document, or let's say an Excel spreadsheet, you're going to go off on Home or our File ribbon and then start from over here by selecting your own workbook, whichever one you want. You can also see that there is an option called recent and pinned. Well, the recent ones contain all of the Excel spreadsheets that you've recently worked on. And in the pinned one, you can pin any spreadsheet and work on it whenever you want. It just helps you to find out the exact spreadsheet you want to work on. Let's say I'm going to pin this one. When I click on it, then when you go off to pinned, you will basically find it right over here. And you can also unpin it after you're done with it. You can see over here that there are a couple of templates which you will be able to use. Well, these are not just it. You can also get a ton of templates from Microsoft template, or let's say Microsoft website. Now, when you are connected to your internet, you can click on more templates and it will give you more templates. But make sure that you are connected to your Microsoft account and also you have stable net. Now you can see that there are a couple of them over here, but this is just not it. You can also see that there is this option over here which helps you to search for templates online. There are also categories according to your need. Let's say you want to make a business related spreadsheet. You want to make a list related spreadsheet, or even a budget, chart, calendar, or even a presentation. It allows you to find whichever one is required or you need for your job. Let's say I want something called or categorized as budgets. I'm going to click on budgets and it's going to search up all according to this budget category, and you can use whichever one you want. Let's say you want this. The first thing you're going to do is click on it and it will give you a preview how it looks like. And if you want to use it, you can double click on it or press on create. It will download the template on your PC and also apply it directly to Microsoft Excel. Therefore, you don't have to work extra for making this own template, or let's say this presentation. What you have to do over here is just place in your own data and then you're good to go. So as I don't need it right now, I'm going to do is cut this off. Now I'm going to go off the File tab again, or File ribbon. You can also use whichever one you want according to your desire. Now let's go off to this new option. Well, the new option is specifically the same thing which we showed you when we click on more templates. You will be able to find out whichever template you want. Even if you want to search something, let's say I'm going to search for something orange. Hit on enter and it's going to search up that specific one for you. Well, let's say I'm going to type in presentation. Hit on enter and it's going to give you presentation based templates. Now you know how this new option works. Then we have is this open option. From this open option, you will be able to open up whichever file you have on your computer, also on your drive. So one thing you have to keep that in mind is that it doesn't connect to Google Drive or anything. It has its own specific drive called OneDrive. If you want to have the access to it, you have to stay connected to the internet and also your Microsoft account. You can click on OneDrive and then you have to sign up and then you will be able to use it. You can get access from it from whichever device you have. Let's say a phone, TV, or even your PC or your laptop. Then we have is this PC. You can search up whichever folder in your PC and open up the specific file you want to open up and start working on. Then we have is add a place. There are two types of drive for your workspace. Let's say one is for just personal, which is OneDrive, and another one is for OneDrive for business. You can use whichever one you want according to your need. And the last one we have is browse. Well, the browse basically helps you to pop up an interface where you'll be able to go through any drive in your PC and any file and find out that specific one. So basically this option allows you to and helps you to find out that specific document or specific worksheet you have on your PC to open it up. Because if you have anything saved and you want to start working on it again, you can open it up directly from over here or click on the specific file you want to open. Then we have this info, save, and save as. Okay, we're going to go through them later on, but this basically helps you to go through a lot of them and we will give you individual lessons on each and every one of them. Then we have is print, share, export, publish, and then close. It just helps you to just close up Microsoft Excel. And there we have is account, feedback, and options. Well, you'll basically be able to edit or customize your own interface or your workspace by going through this options tab. I'm going to cut this off. Now let's go off to this home tab or our home ribbon. Now you can see that we have this line over here. This is basically the margin. When you print up any specific page, only this part is going to be selected up till I-47. So this is specifically one page. So now you know how this interface works. In Home, you will basically find clipboard, font, alignment, number, style, cells, and editing. We're going to go through each tools, but as this is just the introduction part, we're going to know which tool can you find in which tab or which ribbon. Now in Insert, you will be able to apply tables, add in illustrations, add in add-ins, which are extensions, also used for increasing the functionality of Microsoft Excel. Let's say when you are working on any software and you want more functionality, either you go to another software and then apply the same thing after you get the results on Excel or maybe other software. But when you have this add-in option, we will be able to add in extensions such as other softwares directly on Microsoft Excel and then work on it at the same time you are using Microsoft Excel. Then we have is charts, which you'll be able to apply to, 3D map, line and columns, which are spark lines, which is also kind of related to charts. Then we have is filters. You can apply links, also hyperlinks. Then we have is this text option where you'll be able to customize your text. And the end, we have symbols. And as you can see that a couple of these options have this arrow. You will click on it and you will basically see that there are more options and you'll be able or gain access to more options and advanced tools on specific boxes. Now let's go off to draw. You'll be able to draw anything on your Microsoft Excel spreadsheet so that you can customize it according to your desire. Then we have is page layout. Any page customization or page setup, you will gain access through this tab. You can see you'll be able to apply themes, fix up your size, orientation, margins, even your background and your print tiles. You can select specific tiles for printing. Then you can also scale it, and you also have this sheet option, how you're going to view it. You can see grid lines. I clicked on view and I can see the grid lines. And if I click on it, it will disappear and reappear again. And you also have headings. You can make it visible or invisible if you want to. Then we have is this arrange. Well, this is similar to selection pane in other Microsoft softwares, such as documents, or let's say Word, and also presentation, which is PowerPoint. Then we have is this formulas. Well, Microsoft Excel has a set of formulas and functions which you'll be able to use to make your work a lot more easier. And if you forget any of the formulas, you will gain access through here. They are also categorized in specific boxes. You can see that there are financial, logical, text, date, lookup, math, and more functions over here, which are web compatibility, information, cube, engineering, and also statistical. Well, there are also advanced and also basics. There are also defining names, which is called the name manager. You can specify any range of data into a specific name so that you can find it whenever you want. Then we have is formula auditing. You can also audit formulas whenever you want by going through this section. You can fiddle with it whenever you want. You can also watch a window, okay? Then we also have calculation. You can also do calculations from over here. You can fix it up automatically or also manual. We most of the time keep it automatic because it gives you, exact results or, perfect results most of the time. Then we have is this data option. In our data option, we have transforming data, queries, sort and filter, data tools, forecast, and outlines. Well, these are most of the time used for data validation and also data entry. So you can go through them whenever you want to. Then we have is this review. In our review, there are also a couple of things such as language, insights, accessibilities, proofing, protect, and ink. We're going to go through them later on in this course. Then we have is view. If you want to view up your worksheet or spreadsheet after you're done working on it, then you can zoom out and check whatever fault there is and also fix it up for print, And then we have is this developer option. In our developer option, we have code, add-ins, control, and XML. Well, these are a bit advanced, so we're not going to go through them, okay? And then at the end, we have is help. So now we know about all the tabs and ribbons Microsoft Excel has to offer. So in our first lesson, we're going to learn about a couple of things. And we're going to start off by knowing how we can save data in Microsoft Excel. So let's move on to our first lesson of Microsoft Excel, and hope you learned everything about this lesson. Welcome back to our first lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about how we can save data in Microsoft Excel. Well, it is very simple. When you add up any data in Microsoft Excel, either it automatically saves it if you turn on autosave, but if you did not use that option, what you're going to do is you have 2 and 3 different methods of saving up your data. Let's say when I add in a couple of data and try to cut it off, you basically see this pop up over here, which tells you if you want to save your changes. But what we're going to do is going to be before, cutting off your spreadsheet, you have this option over here called save. And you also have a specific keyboard shortcut, okay, which you'll be able to save up your data. So when you add in any data, you can either click on it and it will be saved, or you can press on Control S so that that data will be saved in the specific worksheet which you are using. As you can see that I am using 1.xlsx. So when I open this specific spreadsheet, it will give me the exact data which I applied or entered. Okay. Now you can see that when you go off the file, we had 2 of these options called save and save as. Well, the save basically works the same way it does when you press on Control and S and also press on the specific button. But in a save as option, you will basically see that this type of interface opens up, and which is also similar to the one we opened up on open. Okay, so when you press on save as, this helps you to select whichever file or wherever you want to save it to. You can save it on recent, you can save it on your OneDrive, you can save it on your PC, or when you click on browse, you'll be able to select any drive from your PC and then save it up. So you can also click on add a place and also save it on your OneDrive for business or even for your personal use. So when you click on this, select whichever file you have. Let's say I'm going to go off on desktop. So I'm going to go off the desktop, and you'll basically see an interface like this. And when you see an interface like this, what you're going to do is find out the specific one you want to use. Let's say I'm going to use this. I'm going to do is find out resources and then save it up. Now you can also save up your type by changing the format of that specific document or even the spreadsheet which you're working on. When you click on it, you'll basically see a lot of formats will appear up. From them, there are, 2 of them are like very used, which are XLSX, which is the default spreadsheet, format. And the other one is PDF. You also have it over here. Select whichever format you want to use and then just save it up. And that specific format will be saved. You can see over here that PDF of 1 has been saved over here and also appearing online. So I'm going to go up to Microsoft Excel, and this is basically how you save up your data in Microsoft Excel. So now let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about the errors of Microsoft Excel and how you'll be able to fix it. Welcome back to our lesson of Microsoft Excel. As we've said, in this lesson, we are going to learn about the errors and how we can fix the errors in Microsoft Excel. Well, there are basically 7 errors which appear up in Microsoft Excel while you are working on it. And we're going to go through them one by one and how you can fix it step by step. Now, the first error which we are going to handle is going to be the hash error and why it appears up. What I'm going to do is put up a specific data, which I have over here, and you can see that this is a 5-digit value. Now, if I condense the space up till here, you can see the hashes appear up. And when I increase the size, there are 2 hashes. Now, this basically appears up when there is no space for that data to be visible in your Microsoft Excel spreadsheet, or let's say a specific cell, and how you'll be able to fix it. Just like we did, or just do the opposite. First off, you can double click on it, or you can just extend the space according to your desire. And you will basically see that the error will be fixed and it will show you the exact data. Even if you have like a ton of data, let's say I'm going to type a lot of it. And when I click on over here, you can see sometimes it turns into some alphabets over here. Well, this is octal. Now, if I increase or keep on increasing and reduce the space more, you will basically see the hashes appear up. So either double click on it or just extend the size to get the full value of that specific number. I'm going to do is delete this as I don't need it. Okay. And just keep it just the way it was. Now this is going to be our first error and how you'll be able to fix it. The next error which appears up is the hash value error. And why does it appear up? Now, let's say I'm going to do is type something over here. I'm going to do is type an equal. I'm going to do is sum this up plus this. Hit on enter. And even if I use the fill header, it gives me the exact data, right? Even if I remove the data, it still gives me the exact data. But it doesn't work in case of minuses. Okay, I'm going to press on Control Z so that I get the exact value back again. I'm going to do is remove it. I'm going to type in equal this one minus this one, hit on enter. I'm going to do is use the fill header, and there we have the result. But I'm going to do is remove this, and instead of that, I'm going to do is type in a specific word. Let's say I'm going to just type in word and hit on enter, and you can see still the hash error appears up. But when I increase it, you'll basically see that it is actually a value error. Okay, and just like I said, when it doesn't meet up the criteria of finding the exact value, it shows you the hash value error, and it most of the time appears up when you are using minus, because it can't minus a word or alphabet from a specific numerical value, and thus this error appears up. So how you can fix it? Just remove it and put in a specific value, and that error will be fixed. Now, the next error which we're going to deal with is going to be our spill error. And why does the spill error appear up? The spill error mostly appears up when it can't use or put up the specific data in a specific order when you are placing it. So let's just show it to you how it appears up. Let's say I'm going to put in something over here. I'm going to type in there. Okay. Now I'm going to put the same value on the same column over here. I'm going to type in a formula. I'm going to type in equal unique. I'm going to do is select the specific value and close out the parentheses and hit on enter. And you can see the spill error appears up. So this appears up because it cannot fill up the specific value right over here. As you can see, when I click on this, this is the exact range it needs to put up the value over here. But when I remove this specific data over here, then you can see that the spill error has now been removed or fixed. Okay, so now you know how you can use or fix out spill errors. I'm going to do is remove this one too. Now the next error which we are going to work with or show you is going to be our deviation error. Now, why does deviation error appear up? Well, the deviation error mainly appears up when it can't find out the data, or let's say there are no values or value 0 in a specific cell when you are dividing. Let's say I'm going to click on over here and type in a formula. I'm going to type in equal this one slash this one. Hit on enter, and this is the exact value. What I'm going to do is use the fill header, and you have all of the answers, right? But what if I type in 0 over here, hit on enter, and you can see deviation error has appeared up. When you click on it, you can see divided by 0 error. So there is a 0 over here. That is why it can't process the data. Okay, I'm going to do is remove this, and you will also see deviation error. So just like I said, either there is a 0 or there is no data in the specific cell which you are dividing it by. So this deviation error appears up. Put up any data, make sure that it is numerical value, and then it will work. But if you put in words, you can see value error appears up. So we don't want that. So I'm going to do is remove this and type in a specific value. Let's say I'm going to type in 24, hit on enter, and 56, hit on enter. And you have the specific value of this. Okay. Now we're going to work with our name error. Well, name error is very common in Microsoft Excel. The name error mainly appears up when it cannot find the exact command or function. Let's say you want to do sum. So when you're doing sum, either you use the plus icon or use the function or formula called sum. But what if you add in plus? Let's just try doing it. I'm going to type in equal. I'm going to do is remove this. I'm going to do is remove this first. I'm going to type in equal plus, and then open up the parentheses. I'm going to do select on this, and this one. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the name error. Well, Microsoft Excel has a set of functions, but they are programmed in such a way so that it gets or identifies the specific function or formula. But if it does not meet the specific criteria or the formula or matches up the name of that specific function, it will give you the name error. So make sure you use the specific function for each and every one. So from over here, we have to use the sum function. Hit on enter, and there you have the answer, and also the error has been fixed. Okay. It also appears up in some cases when you are, let's say you are putting in a lot of formulas and function, but there is an S missing or an alphabet missing, or maybe even a parentheses missing. Okay. And when you have the parentheses missing, it's going to give you a different value or a different error. Let's say I'm going to try this over here. I'm going to type in equal sum, open up the parentheses, click on this. I'm going to select on both of them and hit on enter, and still will give you the specific value because it has identified the specific cells which it has the value. But when you're using complicated functions, it will not work. The next function which let's say the next error which we're going to show you is going to be our reference error, our ref error. Well, the ref error mainly appears up when it cannot find the specific column of data or row of data. Let's just show it to you right now. I'm going to type in equal. I'm going to use click on this and minus this value. Hit on enter, and let's use the fill header to find out the data of each and every one. But what if I said that I'm going to remove this C column? So I'm going to click on this, right click and click on delete, and you will basically see the reference error. And why is it a reference error? Because the whole column which it had the data has been removed, and it cannot find the reference of that column or those cells. Thus, the ref error appears up. Press on Control Z, I'm going to use Control Z, and there we go, it has been fixed. So when it doesn't meet up the exact data or the exact column which you are referencing it to, it will show you the reference error. The last error is going to be the NA error. And why does NA error appear up? Well, this error mainly appears up in lookup functions, okay? Let's say you are using a range of data and you want to find out the specific data for that specific person, or let's say even a specific object, but it cannot identify the specific keyword for it. And then the NA appears, okay? Or the NA error appears up. Let's just type in Alan. Okay, I'm going to do is just copy all of it, because you have to keep one thing in mind is that when you're using lookup functions, it is very case sensitive. Even when you're using Microsoft Excel, you can see that even during functions and even during lookups, it is very case sensitive. So make sure that it matches up the exact cases. So as we have Alan over here, and I'm going to do is use VLOOKUP function over here. I'm going to type in VLOOKUP. I'm going to use the lookup value is going to be this Alan, comma. The table is going to be somewhere over here, comma. The column index number is going to be, let's say I'm going to search up for PY. I'm going to type in 3, comma, and I want exact matches. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. Now, what if I say I'm going to do is remove this and I'm going to type in Y. I'm going to use the fill header and I'm going to do is find out the values. You can see in WHIY, there is an NA error. Why is it NA error? Because there is no person known as we in the array. But if I type in Y over here, hit on enter, and you will get the exact value. Now, if I'm going to do is remove this with, I'm going to do is fix this, and it will also fix the specific error which appears up in Microsoft Excel. So now you know all about the errors which appears up in Microsoft Excel, and also methods how you can fix it. So hope you learned everything about this lesson on errors. Now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to our lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about relative cell reference and also absolute cell reference. So in Microsoft Excel, there are these cells, let's say A1, B1, C1, and up till, let's say, just try going down, okay? Shift and down. There is the last cell, okay? Well, all of these are cells, right? In columns and also in rows. But there are cell referencing on each and every one, just like their specific location. Now, when you're using any function or any formula, you use cell reference, right? Let's say if I have any data over on A1, let's say I'm going to type in 2, and in 2 I'm going to type in 4, and in B I'm going to type in 6, C I'm going to type in 9. Now, in A2 we have is 4, in B2 we have 6, in C2 we have 9. Now let's say I'm going to use the sum function to find out the values. Type in equal, I'm going to type in sum. Now let's say I'm going to do select all of these, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go, we have our answer. I'm going to put in the specific values over here too. Okay. Now, if I use the fill header and get the exact result, it will also give me the results of the next row or the next column too. But if I get underneath it, it will not show me any value because there are no values. But what if I said that I only need the same value on whenever I'm using my fill header so that I don't get 0 values? So I'm going to do is cancel this up right now. I'm going to just remove it. Now we are going to use absolute cell reference. When we are using absolute cell reference, there is one thing you have to do. After you selected the specific reference, what you're going to do is type in or press on F4 to lock in the value. Now you can toggle it up to 3 times and then to default. Now you can see both the column and also the row has been selected. If you click on it again, you can only see the column or the row has been selected or anchored. And when you click on it again, it's going to toggle up. Okay, and when you click on for the 4th time, it will just revert back to default. So let's say I'm going to do is just press it once on 2 sides, press on enter, and when I use the fill header, it's not going to give me this value, but the same value from the top one, which we are using. Let's just try it. I'm going to use it up till here, and you can see all of them are 19 because the value or the column which we are using, column and the row, has been selected specifically and also anchored. So that is relative cell reference and also absolute cell reference. So now you know how you can work with cell reference, which is relative and also absolute. Well, absolute cell reference works in different cases, such as finding out the value or filling up specific gaps. Okay. And when you are using different values of different columns and want each values each time, then you want to use relative cell reference. So now, as you now know how you can work with it, so hope you learned everything in this lesson. Now let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about switch, cell, and row function. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about 3 different functions. They are switch, cell, and row function. Well, all of them are individual ones, but you can also mix it up. But as we don't want any advanced lessons, so we're going to stay with the essentials and also all the basics. So the first thing we have is this switch. Okay, now how did I get this? You can see this formula over here, but we're going to get it back again. So I'm going to do is remove it, and I'm going to do is delete this part. Now we have this 1, 2, 3, and 2, 1, 3. Okay, even though there are 6 numbers, but the range is from 1 to 3, right? So what we're going to do over here is use the switch function. Now, how are you going to use the switch function? Whenever you're using a function or a formula, first off, type in equal, and then type in switch. TCH. You can type in or click on tab to open up the parentheses. Or you can also open up parentheses by opening or adding in an open bracket. Now, you're going to do is click on the expression where you have the specific number. So I'm going to do is use this. Then I'm going to put in is a comma. Now, what we're going to do is put in the values. So the values are going to put in different ways. So let's start off with the first value, which is 1, right? Now, when we are trying to put in our 1, what we're going to do is just type in 1 and then put in the result of that value. Put in a comma. Now, what type of result do you want, or what alphabet do you want as the result when the values are these, right? So first thing I'm going to do is going to be 1 is going to be our weekdays, right? So I'm going to do is type in that, click on it, open the parentheses. I'm going to do is type in Sunday. Sunday, close the quotation, put in a comma, and then put in your second value, which is value 2. Now, if it is 2, it's going to show me Monday. So I'm going to type in comma 2, put in a comma, and the result is going to be Monday, right? Double quotation, close it off, put in another comma, which is going to be our 3, as we have 1, 2, and 3. So I'm going to put in 3, comma, double quotation, and Tuesday. Tuesday, double quotation, close it off. And after you're done, just hit on enter, and there we go. For 1, it is Sunday. Now, if I use the fill header, you will basically see, according to these numbers, it's going to give me the specific value. For 2, it's Monday, 3 is Tuesday, 2 is Monday, 1 Sunday, and 3 is Tuesday back again. Now, what if we add in 4 over here? Hit on enter, and you can see NA error appears up. Now you have to add in 4 over here, okay? So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to do is type in, put in a comma after this, comma, and 4 is going to stand for Wednesday. After 4, put in another comma and double quotation, type in Wednesday. There we go. After that, hit on enter, press on yes, and there we go. And if it doesn't appear up, as we can see, there's an error. I put in double quotation, hit on enter. Okay. Now let's try using that. Use this over here. You can see it like this. You can see 4 is Tuesday. I'm going to do is put in double quotation over here. I'm going to close off one quotation here. And there we go. What I'm going to do is use this over here. And you can see that 4 is for Wednesday. Let's try putting in 5, 6, and 7 too. Type in 5, 6, and 7. There we go. I'm going to put the same values over here. Wednesday, comma, 5 is going to be Thursday. I'm going to put in double quotation. Thursday, double quotation, close. Put in a comma. 6 is going to be Friday. Friday, close it off. The last one is going to be 7. There we go. Double quotation and close it off. Hit on enter and use all, or let's say use the fill header. And there we go. We have the name of each days, and the reference are these, which is from A1, or let's say A2 to A10. Okay. So now we know how we can use our switch function, our switch formula in Microsoft Excel. Now let's go off to our cell function, or how it works. So first off, you're going to type in equal and then type in cell. Tab. Now you have these all options. Now the cell function is basically to find out the value, or maybe even column, color, content, file name, format, parentheses, prefix, and all of those. So let's say I'm going to do is find in the address. So I'm going to click on, or double click on it, address, put in a comma, and then find in the reference. Let's say I'm going to click on this, and it will give me W1. Close off the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see W1. If we use the parentheses, you can see W2. And both of them are anchored. When I click on it, you can see it has been selected. When I select on the next one, double click on it, you can see W2. Now let's say I'm going to do is find out the content. Okay, I'm going to do is just remove them, or type in equal cell, and let's say I want the column number this time, only the column number. Put in comma. I'm going to click on this, and this is K, right? Close the parentheses, hit enter, and there we go. We have 11. Let's try another one. Let's say instead of that, I'm going to do is put in a color over here. Let's say I'm going to click on red and yellow. Okay, hit on equal cell. Let's say I want the color, so I'm going to select this, and I'm going to do after color, you have to put in a comma, and then select the specific cell, hit on enter, and you can see 0. Okay, because that is the specific color or the code for it. Now, if we use something else, let's say I'm going to do select on it. What I'm going to do is click on this, select on this. You can see this is the specific cell, and this is the specific value for it. Now let's use another one. Let's simply type in cell, and what if we want to find out the row, or maybe the width? So hit on this. You can see 8 is the width. I'm going to put in comma over here. Now let's say I'm going to get this. Hit on enter, and you can see it is 11 and false. Why is it false? Because there are no value over here. If we type in any specific value, let's say I'm going to type in 1, you'll basically see that it might turn out to be true. Okay. Close this off, hit on enter, and there we go. See? This is the specific value. So this is how, the cell function works in Microsoft Excel. And the last one is going to be our row function. Well, the row function is also quite the same. I'm going to type in row, type in equal row, and you have to find out the reference. Let's say I'm going to click on this, and it will show me the 4th row, or let's say answer is going to be 4, because that is the 4th row. Let's type in another one, because this is like very simple. Equal row, and this one. type in this, open the parentheses, and select this, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see 9. So now you know how switch, cell, and row function works in Microsoft Excel. Hope you learned everything in this lesson, and now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel, where we are going to learn about some simple logical functions. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about all the logical functions there is, or let's say all the essential logical functions we can learn in Microsoft Excel. Well, there are basically 4. There are 3, but we also added in another one, which is also quite helpful in essentials. Okay, now the first logical function which we're going to start off with is going to be our AND function. So what is our AND function? Well, in this lesson, we are also going to describe what that function is and how that works. So the AND function is a pre-made function in Excel, which returns true or false based on 2 or more conditions. It is typed equal and takes 2 or more conditions. The AND function is often used together with the if function. Okay, so let's start off on how we can use our AND function and how do we get our result. So let's start it off. So here, what we're going to do is going to be clicking on our result. Here I'm going to type in equal, and then we're going to start off by typing in AND. Just like I said, it's going to give us the result according to what type of data we put in. So I'm going to do is first off increase this specific value. Okay, I'm going to do is cut this off. So I'm going to click on it, equal, and we're going to start off with our logical function. Now, first off, it's going to be our this value, which is A2. In A2, we're going to type in equal, and then here what we're going to do is type in our specific value, which is going to be Andrew. Okay, type in double quotation and put in your specific name. And make sure to put in the specific keyword and the specific case because it is case sensitive. Close out the double quotation, put in a comma, and then we're going to start off adding in our value. Now I'm going to click on C, or let's say I'm going to click on B2, okay, which we have over here. Now on our this value, which is going to be B2, we're going to click on it and type in greater or equal. So I'm going to type in greater or equal. So let's say a specific value, so I'm going to type in 60. Okay, now as I've typed in 60, I'm going to put in a comma. Let's say I'm going to go off to the next one, okay? So in the next one, which is a different value, I'm going to click on this, which it is right here. I'm going to do is, let's say instead of that value, I'm going to do is click on this one. This one will be, a bit better if we are using the specific value. Now, if it is greater or equal, we're going to do the same thing, greater or equal to 60. Hit on 60. And I'm going to do is B5, make sure to put in B3, okay, which we are using right now. B3, put in the specific value, which is going to be this one. Let's say, I'm going to do is first off, click on this value instead of that specific value over here. Type in equal. What I'm going to do is double quotation, put in this name. What I'm going to type in Andrew again. Double quotation, comma, and this value, if it is greater or equal to 60. And after you're done, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the value is false. It is greater, neither equal. You can see both of them are false because both of them are greater. Use this, you can see this is also false. Use the other ones, you can see all of them has turned into false because all of the values match up the exact criteria. Now let's say instead of 60, I'm going to do is reduce the number. Let's say I'm going to type in 30. 30. Put in 30 over here too. Hit on enter. You can still see the value is false over here. Now let's say what if we put in 100. Do the same thing over here. You can still see the value has given us a false value because all of them are correct. If it wasn't correct, it wouldn't give us the exact answer. Now when I click on it, Let's say I'm going to go over here. Instead of this value, I'm going to do is type in Stephen. And here I'm going to put in Jacob. You can still see this is false because one of them is still true, or let's say two of them is still true. Okay, so now you know how this AND function works in Microsoft Excel. Now let's go off to our next function, which is going to be our R function. Okay, how does the R function or the R logical function work in Microsoft Excel? And what is it? And how does it give us the exact value? Basically, the R function in Microsoft Excel is a pre-made function which returns true or false based on two or more conditions. It is typed R, and the function is often used together with the if function. So let's just try using our R function and how does it give us the exact result or the results we need. Okay, so first off, we're going to start off typing in our specific function. So here, we're going to type in R. Okay, type in equal, just go off over here. I'm going to do is remove this. I'm going to type in equal, then I'm going to type in R. And R, we're going to put in our first logical function, which is going to be over here. Okay, so I'm going to take the specific cell, which is going to be our first subject. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. Okay, and after that, I'm going to put in, let's say if it is bigger or smaller, which is greater or lesser. Let's say if it is lesser or greater than 50, I'm going to type in 50. Then I'm going to put in a comma. And in D, or let's say C, I'm going to click on that too, or let's say this one. I'm going to try to see if it is greater or lesser than 90. I'm going to do is put it up. If it is greater or lesser than 90, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and that statement is true because both of the statements are true. But what if we put something over here? Let's say I'm going to type in if it's greater than 100. Hit on enter, and you can still see it is true because one of the value is still true. If both of them were false, let's just try both of them to be false. Okay, let's say I'm going to do is 100, and this one should be if it is greater or okay, if it is greater, B2 is greater than 100. Let's type in 100. Okay, hit on enter, and you can see the value is false now. Why is it false? Because both of them are false. Even though if one of them was true, the answer would be true. Let's try again over here. Type in equal or hit on enter. Logical value. If it is greater, then let's say 50 or maybe, okay, let's just type in 50. Put in a comma, and the next logical function should be 89, right? So I'm going to do is open up, or let's say if it is greater than 80. You'll basically see the answer will be true because both of these conditions are true. But if two of them are false, it's going to give me a false result. But even though if I turn one of them into false and one stays true, it is still going to give me a true result. So let's just use the fill header. I'm going to press on Control-Z to undo that process. Hit on enter. I'm going to use the fill header. And there we go. We have one false because both of them were false and one of them or two of them were true. Now let's go off to our next function, which is going to be our not function. And how does the not function work? This basically works as the opposite. Well, the not function reverses the value of its argument. One common use for the not function is to expand the usefulness of other functions that perform logical tests. As you can see that we have 1, 0, 2, nothing, true, false, true, 0, and all of those. Now, how are we going to use the false? Or let's say, how are we going to use the not function? I'm going to type in equal, type in not, and use your logical values. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see one is false, one is true. Now, computer understands only two codes, or let's say in our language, there is only two values. One is 1 and the other one is 0. Well, 1 is termed to be true, or let's say open, and 0 is termed to be false, or let's say closed. So 1 is termed to be open, which is 1, and the opposite is false, while 0 is closed. It is termed to be true when we are using our not function. Let's try doing the same thing over here. Type in equal, and type in not, and use both of these values, close the parentheses, and you will see it is going to be true and false, okay? Or let's say false and true. Because there is no value over here, it turned out to be true, and as there is a value over here, it is turned to be false. Let's try the same thing over here. Well, what will basically happen is that it will just turn the polar opposite. Let's just type in equal, not, select them, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see that it is just the polar opposite. And we're going to type the same thing, equal, not. Let's say I'm going to get this and it will give me a true value. You can see true. And if I type in equal, not, and select this, close the parentheses, hit on enter, it will give me something like this, a 0. Okay. Now we can do the same thing, equal, not, and select both the cells, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and true, false, it is. Now we're going to use the fill header to get the results of the next one too. You can see false and true, because this is going to be the false, and this one is turned out to be true. But if we put in a value over here, let's say put in 1, and you will basically see the true will turn out to be false. You can see just like how it changed right now. Now let's go off to our XOR function. What is the XOR function? Okay, well, basically it's the exclusive OR. When we are using OR function, just like this over here, or let's say just the OR is inclusive. And when we are using exclusive, which is XOR, it's a bit different. Well, it is also a pre-made function in Excel, which returns true or false based on 2 or more conditions. So this is a bit different. You can use 2 or even more functions just the way you want it to use. Now let's say I'm going to go off to this XOR panel. I'm going to type in equal and type in XOR. Now we're going to put in 3 logical functions over here, or 3 logical values. Now we're going to start off with this first one. I'm going to try if it is greater than 60, comma. The next one if it is greater than 70, comma. And the third one is going to be this one if it is greater than 50. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the value is true. Now let's try one of them to be false. Let's say if it is greater than 80, you can see one of them is false and all of them turns, or the end result is false. So if one value inside of it is false, it's going to turn into false, even though if 2 other values is true. Now let's use the same thing over here, type in equal. We're going to use false on all and each and every one of them. Type in XOR. Let's I'm going to select on this. And I'm going to do is if it is greater than 10, let's say I'm going to type in greater than 30, comma, select this, greater than 60. But the last one, if it is greater than 80, okay? D3 is greater than 90. Let's just put in 90. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the false value. Now let's try putting in 40, 50. Cut this off, put in 30. And still see false because one of the value is still false over here. Let's just type in 10. You can see now the value is true. Let's use the fill header to get the result of each and every one. And there we go. We have true on each and every one. But it also just turns out one value. So if it is, let's say I'm going to type in or change in the value 90. I'm going to change it to 40. And this one to be greater than 50. I'm going to select on this one. Let's say I'm going to do the 50 on each and every one. 50 and 50. You can see still it is true. And we're going to get the result of each and every one. And there we go. We have false on 2 sides, or the 2 ones, which is Omen and Mona. So now you know how you'll be able to use logical functions, or the basic logical functions in Microsoft Excel, which is AND, OR, NOT, and exclusive OR. Now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about if and if-else function. We're also going to use if-else with else function. Now, how do we use if function and what is if function? Well, the if function is one of the most popular functions in Excel, and it allows you to make logical comparisons between a value, what you expect. So an if statement can have 2 results. The first result is if you compare is true. The second, if you comparison is false. Now we already know what the if function is. Now let's learn about what if-else function is. Well, the if-else function checks whether one or more conditions are met and returns a value that corresponds to the first true condition. If-else can take the first place of multiple nested if statement, and it's much easier to read with multiple conditions. Now let's just go off and use if function and how we can use if function. Now first thing we're going to do is get the status of this value. I'm going to type in equal, click on this, minus this value. Well, let's say I'm going to cut this off, this value minus this value. Hit on enter, and there we go, we have the result. Now, as we have the result, what I'm going to do is going to be using or making in our condition by these values. Now, we're going to see if they are close to, let's say, 300. Now, I'm going to type in equal. I'm going to type in if. Okay. Now, we're going to put in our logical test. Now, what is in our logical test? Okay. So, in our logical test, we're going to put in two different things. First off, our let's say reference, which is our logical test, and then we're going to find out what type of value we want if it meets the certain condition. Now I'm going to click on this logical value, which is going to be over here, 345. Okay, then I'm going to type in, let's say this is going to be greater than, okay, D2 is lesser than 400. Okay, now if it is lesser than 400, I want it to say perfect. Okay, close off the quotation and close it off with the parentheses. Hit on enter, and there we go, it is perfect. I'm going to use this cell, and there we go. But what if we say this is going to be 200? Hit on enter, then the answer will be false. Now, even though this is like perfect, but these are false. Okay, now what if we want a different value? Now, if we want a different value, we have to put another, condition. We have to put in if with else. Now, if we want to use if with else, we have to do something different. First off, let's click on this over here. I'm going to type in equal. I'm going to do the same thing if. I'm going to select the same thing. Let's say this one, lesser. Let's say 200. I'm going to do is close it off, put in a comma. Let's say I'm going to type in perfect. Then I'm going to do is close it off, close the parentheses off, comma, double quotation 2 times. After that, close with the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have our answer to be perfect, right? We're going to use the fill header, and there we go. As both of them are false, it's not giving us false. It is giving us this blank space because these are false. But this one is perfect, so this is giving us the answer. And this one we're going to do is remove it. So now you know how you can use if result with else. So as we've gotten in our if, let's just move on to our ifs function on how it works. From here, we're going to get our ifs result. Now, let's say instead of this, I'm going to do something different over here. I'm going to do is remove them. We don't need colors over here, okay? What we're going to do is going to be putting in specific stuff. So let's say I'm going to do is type in pizza. Let's say this one is going to be pasta. And this one is going to be rice. And the last one we're going to do is, let's say I'm going to put in sausage. What we're going to do is categorize these data by using the ifs function. Okay. Now I'm going to do is type in equal, and I'm going to type in ifs. Now, just like I said, we're going to do is categorize data by using the ifs function. Now from here, what we're going to do is going to be clicking on our first one, which is pizza, right over here. Now I'm going to do is, let's say A2, which is right over here. A2 equal, double quotation, if pizza, if it says pizza, then what we're going to do, first off, I'm going to do is type in pizza. Close it off. Put in a comma, double quotation. And the value, if true, is going to be, let's say, Italian. Close the parentheses, or let's say close off the double quotation. I'm going to put in a comma. I'm going to do is type in A2 again. A2 equal, if it is, let's say, the next one is pasta. So I'm going to type in pasta. Double quotation. I'm put in comma. And I also want this to be Italian, okay? Italian, double quotation, comma, A2. And A2 equal, double quotation. Then I'm going to put in rice. Double quotation, comma, double quotation. This is going to be Asian, double quotation, comma, and then I'm going to do the last one, which is going to be A2 equal. Then the logical test value is going to be sausage, right? I'm going to do is type in SAUSAGE, double quotation, comma, double quotation, let's say British. I'm going to double quotation, close it off. And after you're done, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see pizza, it's Italian. I'm going to do the same thing over here. You can see now this is also Italian, this is Asian, and this is British. Now, what if I change rice over here? Hit on enter, and you can see this is also Asian. Now, I'm going to do the same thing over here. Let's say I'm going to type in pizza. You can see it is Italian. Now, I'm going to do is cut this off. I'm going to type in sausage. Now you know how the if function works in Microsoft Excel. Now, what if we want if with else? Okay, or if is with else. We're going to do the same thing which we did on, let's say on if function. Now, what we're going to do is going to be putting in true on MISC. Let's say if I didn't put in a specific value. Now, I'm going to do is cut this one off. Let's say I'm going to type in coffee. You can see NA error appears up. I'm going to type in equal. And I'm going to type in the same thing. Let's say I'm going to copy this one over here. I'm going to copy this, Control C. I'm going to put the same thing over here. Let's say I'm going to type in equal and paste the same thing, but we're going to add a bit of stuff over here. I'm going to put in a comma inside of the bracket. Make sure to put it inside the bracket. Then I'm going to type in true. Okay. And after putting in true, put in another comma, and inside the double quotation, let's just type in whatever you want it to be. Let's say I'm going to type in no value. The double quotation, close it off, close the parentheses, hit on enter, press on yes, and there we go. I'm going to do is use the same value, and you can see if there is any NA error, it's going to show you no value instead of this error. So now you know how if s function works, and also if is with else. So hope you learned everything in this lesson, and if you felt like you didn't understand a part, please let us know and we will guide you through the whole process. In our next lesson, we're going to learn about if is function with nested if. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about nested if. Before getting into the lesson and learning how to use nested if, let's learn what nested if is. Nested if functions, meaning one if function inside of another, allows you to test multiple criteria and increases the number of possible outcomes. We want to determine a student's grade based on their scores. If, let's say, Omen score is, let's say, given an E6, okay, and is greater than equal, or let's say to 80 or maybe 40, then it will return something like, distinction, pass, or fail. Now, to do that, we are going to show you how you'll be able to do that in Microsoft Excel. Well, it's not that complicated. It's quite easy to do it, okay? But just like I said, it allows you to find out specific results and, different distinction and also criteria, and matches up different values, giving you the certain type of keyword which you want. As you've used if and if-is in our previous lesson, you already know how this function works. But let's try using our if function, but we're going to use two criteria, let's say two values in a specific if function. Now, first thing what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on any one of these cells, let's say the result. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be clicking, or let's say type in equal if. Open the parentheses up, and I'm going to do is use our logical test. Now, the logical test is going to be our mark. Now, the mark I'm going to do is select it. Now, after clicking on it, let's say I'm going to do is if it is greater. Now, I'm going to do is select on 80 because I want, if it is greater than 80, then I want it to say distinction. So I'm going to type in 80. Now, after I type in 80, I'm going to put in a comma and put in double quotation. And here you're going to type in distinction. Now, I'm going to double quotation to close it off. Now, after putting in a comma in our value if false, instead of putting our value if false, we're going to do is put in another if function. I'm going to type in if, and I'm going to open up another if function. I'm going to open up the parentheses, just like you said over here, press on OK. I'm going to do is go inside of the bracket, and I'm going to click on the same number, which is going to be our E6, okay? I'm going to type in E6. Now, if the E6 is greater than 40, I want to say it pass or fail. What I'm going to do is put in this. I'm going to type up 40, which you can see 40 if fail or pass. Greater than 40 is pass, greater than, less than 40 is fail. So I'm going to put in a comma and double quotation. And I'm going to type in pass, double quotation, and put in comma, double quotation, and then fail. Double quotation, close the parentheses, and you can see that I have opened up two if functions. So I'm going to do is use two parentheses to close it off. And after you're done, just press on enter, and you can see 46 is pass. Why is 46 pass? Because it is greater than 40. If it was less than 40, then it would have failed. So let's just use our fill header. So you can see that Kisak will fail. You can see over here. But I don't want to use the fill header. So I'm going to do is show it to you two more, or show it to you two more times so that you can practice a bit more. I'm going to click on this specific cell. I'm going to type on, hit on, and equal. Type in if. Now the logical test, we're going to use a different value this time. Now let's say in the logical test, I'm going to do is select the specific cell. I'm going to do is type in greater. Now let's say instead of 40, let's say 50. So I'm going to type in 50, comma. Now value of true, I'm going to put in double quotation. Now if it is greater than 50, okay, first should be 80. I'm going to do is click on this. I'm going to do is type in 80. I'm going to type in distinction. Double quotation, close it off, put in a comma, and type in if function again. Here I'm going to put in E7. 7. If it is greater, then let's say I'm going to put it to be, okay, let's just say 60 to pass or fail, or maybe 50 to pass or fail. Put in a comma, double quotation. Now I'm going to put in pass, double quotation, comma, fail. Okay, double quotation, fail. Double quotation again. Close the parentheses two times. And there we go. Hit on enter. And there we go. We still have pass. But if we use it over here, you can see still this is fail. Now, why is it fail? Because it is less than 35. But what if we turn it to be, let's say, 30? You can see now this is also fail. We can do the same thing over here. Let's type in 80. You can see pass. But if it is greater than 80, even type in 81, you can see distinction. We're going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to type in 100, distinction. Now I'm going to put in distinction over here, 100. You can see distinction. But what if I'm put in distinction? I'm going to put in, let's say, ace. Hit on enter, and you can see this is ace. Use this, and you can see ace over here. I'm going to put in distinction too at the same time. Now, how are you going to do that? I'm going to do is go over here, comma, another if function. I'm going to put in, let's say, E7. E7. If it is greater than, let's say, 80, I'm going to put the same thing, okay? Make sure to keep it in mind. I'm going to put in comma, double quotation, distinction. Double quotation. Now close the parentheses over again. Hit on enter. Now you can see that it is telling me too many arguments. Why is it too many arguments? Because it is, giving me something like, you cannot use 3 if functions in a specific cell. But what you can do is take the specific one, press on Control X. I'm gonna cut this one off. I have to put it inside of over here. There we go. Now let's try it. Hit on enter. And you can see the distinction. And we have to put in a comma over here. Hit on enter. And you can still see it has given me too many, arguments, because it doesn't work that way. You can only put 2 if functions in a specific nested if function, or whenever you're using it. So hope you learned everything in this lesson. I'm going to press on Control Z so that I can undo the process. Do is just keep it on OK. Control Z. There we go. I'm going to keep it to be ace, and I'm going to use the fill header, and there we go. Now, whenever you're using, let's say I'm going to put in 50, hit on enter, you can see still it has failed. It should be greater than 50. Okay, I'm going to put in 51, and you can see pass. Now, this is not ace. So I'm going to do is use the fill header again, and you can see this is still ace because it is now, only 80, but we want only 100. Okay, so I'm going to put in, let's say, only 100. Hit on OK. Now you can see it is passed. So all of them has passed. Now I'm going to do the same thing over here. Take this and you can see distinction, pass, distinction. Okay. So thank you for watching this video. If you didn't understand a part, please let us know and we'll guide you through the whole process. Now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the filter function, how you can use it, and also the advanced method of how you can use filter function. Well, I'm going to be showing you 3-step method and how you'll be able to get your exact result by using the filter function. First thing we're going to show you is going to be our basic, or let's say the essential usage of filter function. Then we're going to use it with and then we're going to use its data validation and then filter function so that you get your specific results by using the filter function. So the first thing you have to know when you are using the filter function is that it helps you to get the exact data from a specific array. Now it can be termed to be a lookup function so that it helps you to find out that exact data. But what we're going to do is going to be using this array to find out the exact data which we want. Now what we're going to do is, let's say I'm going to select on this open cell. I'm going to type in equal filter. Okay, now the criteria is this, that you have to put in an array, then include the data, and then put in if you want to. Now, first off, from over here, I'm going to do select the array, as I want only the IDs which contain the exact data I want. So I'm going to click on this cell, okay, or let's say this column. So up till here, I'm going to put in a comma, and now I'm going to do is select the specific city. Now, after I select the specific city, you will see that the array is up till here. Now, as I've put in my city, and which is also the array, I'm going to type in equal, and then which city do I want and what type of ID numbers do I get when I select or type in the specific city. So I'm going to type in double quotation and then type in London. Double quotation, close it off or close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see all of the ID numbers that belong to London. Okay, now if you want to use another, let's say you want to use another array, you can also do that. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, but in case of that, you have to use another function called AND. Now to do that, we have to put in an AND function outside of this specific cell. Click on it and you will basically see it from over here. Then you have to put in an asterisk, or let's say asterisk sign. I'm going to type in this over here and open up the parentheses again and select whichever cell you want. Now I want the brand. Okay, I'm going to click on this column now, all of these cells. Now after I put in all of these cells, then I'm going to do is type in equal. Now I only want Fanta or maybe Diet Coke, which only belongs to London. Okay, so let's say I'm going to do is type in Fanta. Make sure to put in double quotation inside, okay, so that it specifies it. Double quotation right over here too. And then what you're going to do is close with the parentheses and make sure to use 2 closing brackets because we are using 2 functions inside of it. Hit on enter and accept this correction, and there we go. Now you can see that there are a couple of NAs because those specific results do not belong to London. Okay, so only these belong, or these ID numbers are, let's say we have Fanta and also belong to London. Now, what if you want to use the AND function inside of this specific cell too? So you can also put in an AND function inside of this. Type in your AND function, type in AND, and there we go. Open up the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. You have your result. So inside of this cell, no Fanta brand is in London. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to use filter function with the AND function at the same time. Now we're going to do is how you can filter data dynamically with Excel. What most of the people do is just copy the exact data, or maybe sometimes use VLOOKUP, okay? But sometimes you cannot use HLOOKUP when it is in horizontal data. So what do you do to that? Now, first off, what we're going to do is select the specific cell, or let's say specific range of data, and then put it according to my need. Now, first off, I'm going to do is click on this ID option. I'm going to click on equal filter, open up the parentheses, and then you're going to do is select the specific cell, or let's say specific column. So this is going to be our ID number. Then what we're going to do is anchor up that specific data. Okay. So I'm going to do is anchor up, press on F4, and you can see it has been anchored. Put in a comma, and then select the specific, let's say invoice date, or maybe let's put in our city. So here I'm going to select all of the cities, which you see over here. And there we go. Make sure to anchor that value too. What happens is that it selects all of these values. Okay, I'm going to type in equal. Then I'm going to type in L, let's say 3, or maybe L2. I'm going to type in equal L2. And after you're done with it, make sure to anchor that specific data too. But you can also keep it, just relative. Then close the parentheses, hit on enter, and press on OK. And you can see all the values. You can see all of them are 0 because there are no specific cells that are related to this data. Whenever you are using any numerical value, it will give you the exact numerical value. Let's say instead of this, let's put in a numerical value. I'm going to select on this and select this price unit. There we go. Now, if this error appears up, what you're going to do is just non-anchor it. You'll see that it will be anchored in a data just like this, okay? What you're going to do is keep on toggling it until you get no anchor or $sign, hit on enter, and then use the fill header. And there you can see the couple of datas that will appear up just over here. And you can see sometimes the spill error appears up because there are certain data which also meets up this specific, range of data. Then I'm going to use the fill header a bit more, and you will see all of these numbers are going to fill up your criteria. So now you know how you'll be able to get dynamical data converted by using the filter function in Microsoft Excel. Now, what we're going to do is going to be making a data validation table, or let's say a drop down, and how you can convert data very easily by using the data validation option. Now, this is an advanced feature how you can use filter function or filter formula in Microsoft Excel. As you can see, we have a data validation table over here. You can also make it whenever you want. So I'm going to click on equal over here. Then what you're going to do is just select all of these cells. I'm going to do is first off, go off to data, select on the data tool, click on data validation, click on this list option, click on the source, and then select all of the cities. Click on enter, hit on OK, and you'll be able to select whichever city you want. So now you know how you can make a data validation list, or let's say a drop-down list. Now the first thing I'm going to do is, let's say, select on maybe NYC. Now what we're going to do is get the specific data we want. To do that, I'm going to do is type in equal filter, select on the array. You can see it over here, put in a comma, and then I'm going to do is put in the include the cities we want, right? I'm going to click on all of these cities, do is keep it on over here, then type in equal, and then I'm going to do is make sure that is giving me the data according to NYC, or maybe the dropdown. I'm going to click on this, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. NYC, this is the value. Now if we change it from over here, let's say I'm going to click on London, this is the values of London. If I put in Vegas, this is the values of Vegas. Okay, so now you know how this function works in Microsoft Excel and how you'll be able to use it whenever you want. So hope you learned everything in this lesson about filter function and its advanced usages, and also how you can use it with the AND function by combining them together. So thank you for watching this video up till the end. And now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about all the date functions Microsoft Excel has to offer. Now, the first thing we're going to do is going to be clicking on any one of these cells. And what we're going to do is type in equal and then type in today. Now open the parentheses and close the parentheses, nothing in between. Hit on enter and it will give you the exact date which you are working on. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind that this specific date will also keep on updating on its own. Let's say if you open this specific spreadsheet tomorrow, it will change into 12. Okay, so this is how this today function works. What we're going to do is keep it over here. And now what I'm going to do is use the function called now. Now, if you use today and now at the same time, what happens or what the difference is that when you put on now, it will give you the exact time you're working on it. Now, let's say I'm going to type in equal and type in now. Close the parentheses, nothing in between. Hit on enter. And you will see that this hash will appear up. What you're going to do is just extend this width and it will give you the exact result of the time and also the date at the same time. Now, the function we're going to use is going to be day, month, year, and date. Now, day is going to be giving you or identify the specific date or day from a specific date, okay? Let me just show it to you. I'm going to type in equal and type in, let's say, day. Click or open up the parentheses, select on any of these cells. Let's say I'm going to use this and you will basically see it will give me 13 because this is November 13th, right? Now we can use the same process to get the month too. I'm going to type in month, open the parentheses, select on the cell, and it will give me 11. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing with the year. Select on this, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see 13, 11, and 2023. Now, how does the date function works? Well, the date function is going to sum up all the data which you have in your cell, but it's going to identify its own cell. But even though if you have just values like this, let's say I'm going to type in 23, I'm going to type in 4, let's type in 2023. Then we're going to do the same process on this one too and this one too. So what we're going to do is going to be typing in equal, type in date. First off, select the year, then select the month, which is going to be this one. Okay, put in a comma after each value, comma, and this one. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the same date has appeared right over here. Now, what if you do the same thing over here? Type in equal, date, and select all of them at once. Close the parentheses, hit on enter. Sometimes it's going to give you an error and sometimes it's going to work. Okay, you can see too many arguments for this specific function. So what you're going to do is do them individually. I'm going to do is put in a comma or maybe cut this off. I'm going to select on this, comma, and the month is going to be 4, comma, and last is the day. Close of the parentheses, hit on enter. I'm going to do is press on OK, and this will be the specific date. Now what I'm going to do is click on this again and select on this. Let's say this is going to work. Date, hit on enter, and you can see 4/23/2023. Okay. So now you know how these functions work in Microsoft Excel. Now we're going to do is use, or let's say add or subtract in days from a specific date. Now how are we going to do that? So just after each cells, or let's say after each date function you're going to use, you're just going to do is -1 data, or let's say -1 reference value from a specific cell. So let's just try doing that. We already have our cell from over here. I'm going to do is type in equal, type in, let's say, date, or maybe a day. Then after you put in your date function, you're going to do is just minus that value up. You can do it from over here, date, select the specific cell, close this off, or minus. Let's say I'm going to type in 5, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see it will work, okay? But if it doesn't work, what you're going to do is cut this one off and put the minus outside of the bracket. Now, what we're going to do is going to be adding or subtracting months, or let's say days first. Okay, I'm going to type equal and select the specific date. I'm going to do is click on this. Let's say I'm going to minus 4 days from it. So I'm going to click on minus and this, hit on enter, and you can see 4 days have been subtracted from that specific date which you're using as a reference. Now, if you want to add in 5, or let's say add in 4, I'm going to do is type in equal. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to do is click or add in a plus sign. And then I'm going to do is select on the specific cell, or even if you want to use, let's say, just a numerical value, type in that value, hit on enter, and it will give you a specific date. Okay, now you know how you can add in date, or let's say add in plus and minus to the specific date you're using as a reference. Now we're going to do is add or subtract months. Now how are you going to do that? For this function, we have to use the function called edate. Okay, so I'm gonna do is show it to you over here. I'm gonna do is type in equal edate. Okay, then you're gonna do is select the specific cell. And in the specific cell, you don't have to like add in or let's say a plus sign or anything. You just have to select the reference cells and also the numerical value. Let's say I'm going to do is select on this. Okay. I'm going to do is put in the starting date and then the number of months. You can put in a comma. Now you can put in, let's say, numerical value. Let's say I'm going to do is type in 6, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the value over here. If this appears in something like this, just click on general and then use short date or long date. That's like up to you. Now what we're going to do is minus the value. Now how are you going to do that? What you're going to do is just put the same thing in between, but you have to put the numerical value, or let's say if you are using a reference cell, you have to put a minus sign before the number you are using. Let's say I'm going to type in equal. I'm going to type in edate. And after edate, let's say I'm going to use this one. Okay, I'm going to put in a comma. Let's say I'm going to put in -2. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. You have the value. What you have to do is change the numerical value. Let's say I'm going to use short date, and there we go. This is 3 months now. Now we're going to do is going to be subtracting years or adding in years. We have to use the same function of edate, but this time you have to keep one thing in mind, that it's still going to count months. So you have to use the 12-month format. So let's say if you want to add 1 month, let's say 1 year, you have to put in 12 month. And then if you want to use 2 year, 24 month. Okay, so make sure to use that 24. Okay, now I'm going to do is type in equal edate. Now I'm going to use this specific value. I'm going to put in a comma, and then the month is going to be, let's say I'm going to add in a year or maybe 5 years. Okay, so you can also use like multiplication in between it, but I'm going to do is just type in 24 for 2 months, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. You have our value. I'm going to use the same thing, short date, and there we go. It is 2026. Do the same thing for, subtracting the years. I'm going to type in equal edate, and then select the starting date, which is going to be this one, comma, -24. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have our value. Change the format, short date, and there we go. The answer is 2021. So now you know about all the functions of date and also edate. So hope you understood everything in this lesson, and thank you for watching this video up till the end. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn all about the time function and how it works in Microsoft Excel. Well, basically, just like you can hear, it's all about the time, right? Now, how does the format get saved and also, represents it to you, and how you can add or subtract time from, a specific data? Keep one thing in mind is that, when you are putting up your data and using it as time, sometimes it does not identify as a time. Okay, so what you have to do is, let's say I'm going to do is type on over here and 9. Let's say I'm going to do is type in 9 a.m. hit on enter, and you can see that it directly turns it into a time format. You can see it goes off to custom, and when you click on this custom option, you will basically see that this is the time, but not all of the data which you put are times. Okay, so make sure to see that those are into custom and in times. Okay, so that you get the specific addition and also subtraction. Now what we're going to do is going to be seeing how they are stored as. Okay, I'm going to press on Control C, Control V. Now what I'm going to do first is that I'm going to select on them, and I'm going to do is turn them into general. So this is how they are basically stored as numerical values. Now what we're going to do is calculate these exact times. First I'm going to do is put in a certain value. Let's say 3, 4. Let's say I'm going to do is type in 47 and type in 14. Now what we're going to do is add this and this at the same time. Now how are you going to do that? First off, you're going to do is type in equal, select the specific cell. What you're going to do is click on plus. Okay, plus, then put in your function called time. Now it's going to be our hour. Let's say these are minutes. Okay, now I'm going to type in 0, comma, the minute is going to be this one, comma, and the second is going to be 0. Close off the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. It is 9:03 a.m. Now what we're going to do is, let's add 4 hours to this. I'm going to do is type in equal, select the cell, plus I'm going to do is type in time. Now select the hour. Let's say this is going to be the hour, 0, comma 0, which is also the second. Close off the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see now it is 2:23 p.m. Also, the format has changed, okay? I'm going to do the same thing on the last ones. Let's say I'm going to do is add 2 of these up. I'm going to do is type in equal, select this, plus this, okay? Let's try this, okay? You can see 4 a.m. the next day. Now, if you go off over here, click on custom, you can also go off the short date, and this will also give you the exact time of it. I'm going to do the same thing over here, type in equal, select the cell. What I'm going to do is click on plus time and fix the hour or minute or second. What I'm going to do is click on hour to be 0, comma, minute should be 14, and then 0 over here. Close off the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have our exact results of how you can calculate times in Microsoft Excel. Now we're gonna do is calculate hour when date and time are combined. What I'm gonna do is get some dates. Let's just type in 1/2/2023 or maybe 2020. Okay, I'm gonna do is increase the cell. Okay, I'm gonna do is keep it this way. And what we're gonna do is get the times over here too. Click on dates. I want long date with time. What I'm gonna do is get the times over here too. What I'm gonna do is add in a specific date too at the same time. Increase the cell, and there we go. I want this one to be visible too. Hit on enter. Let's say I'm gonna do is keep it up over here. Let's say this is 12 a.m. I'm gonna do is type in, let's say 2:00 p.m. Hit on enter. There we go. I'm gonna do is increase this up over here. You can see all of them a.m. p.m. There we go. We have all of them over here. Now 2 hours is being added on all of them. Now what we're gonna do is add it up. Click on equal plus this. Hit on enter, and you can see this is how it will work. Now even though I have all the values, we're gonna get like all of the values at the same time. We're gonna do is type in equal. Now first thing you can do is go off to custom and then fix out your date. Okay, I'm gonna click on this, go off to this format. Click on more number settings and go up to custom and make sure to find out, let's say I'm going to go up and find out H, and M at the same time. I'm going to go up and then I'm going to do is find this one over here. Now we're going to do one thing by going off to custom is that I'm going to do sum all of them up. First I'm going to click on equal. And just type in sum, select all of them, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see we have a specific timeline, okay? What we're gonna do is select on this value, click on the number format, more number formats, go off to custom, and make sure to find out this one, okay? Click on this, and you can see this is how it will look like. Try closing off the brackets, and there we go, we have our exact value. Click on OK, and there we go. This is the exact value of the summation. Now you can do is go off the numbers too, and you can fix it up according to your desire. You can also turn this into a time later on if you want to. What I'm going to do is get short date, and you can see it also adds up to the date, okay, all together. So now you know how the time functions work in Microsoft Excel. Hope you understood everything, and now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about how we can convert numbers to words in Microsoft Excel. Now, Microsoft Excel doesn't have any inbuilt feature or any function to help you to convert number into text or in words in Excel. So you have to do a bit of tweak, okay? Now, the first thing we're going to do is go off to Chrome or any browser you have on your PC and then search on over here, okay? Type in number to word in Excel. Now, after you click on it, just hit on enter, and you will see that the first link of Microsoft software or support will appear up. Now, what you're going to do is you will find this code over here, okay? You're going to copy all of these. What I'm going to do is copy start from the start, option explicit. Okay, I'm going to do is click on it and keep on continuing until you hit the end. Okay, what I'm going to do is go a bit up, and this is the end function. I'm going to do is Control C to copy all of this and go off to Microsoft Excel. Now what you're going to do is go off to developer. Well, if you are new to Microsoft Excel, or if you've never customized your ribbon, this developer module, or let's say your developer, let's say this tab or ribbon will not appear over here. You have to turn it on. Now, how are you going to turn it on? First off, you have to go to File, click on Option, and go off to Customize Ribbon. From there, you have to click on this developer option over here. Click on it, press on OK, and your developer tab or ribbon will appear on your workspace. Now, the first thing you're going to do is click on Visual Basics. Now, after you click on Visual Basics, this type of interface will appear up. Well, you cannot put any data over here or work with it. First off, you have to do is click on Insert, click on Module. Then you have this Word, text editor type of thing. Now, you're going to do is paste all of the codes over here. Now, after you're done, what you're going to do is just save it up. Okay. Now, first thing you're going to do is click on File, click on Save or Import, however you want to work with it. So now your function has been added to the macro. Now what you're going to do is go at the top, and you will basically see the main function and how are you going to use it. You can see under the main function, the function which you're going to use is spell number. Okay, so I'm going to do is close off this VBA. Now I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to type in a number. Let's say instead of that, I'm going to do is put this one over here. I'm going to put in, let's say 1200, and here I'm going to do is 3400. Okay, just keep it like this. Now here, what I'm going to do is type in equal. I'm going to type in spell number. You can see it appeared over here. I'm going to do is click on any of the cell, close with the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see what we're going to do now is type in equal spell number and select the specific cell, close the parentheses, hit on enter. You will see it will turn into an alphabet. We're going to do the same thing over here. Type in equal spell number, select the specific cell, close the parentheses. What you do is remove this, close the parentheses, hit on enter. It will turn into alphabets over here. Okay, so now you know how you can turn text, or let's say numbers, into words. So now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel Essential. In this lesson, we are going to learn about page settings and print selection. Well, these are very essential stuffs which you have to learn before printing or representing anything. Now the first thing we're going to go through is going to be our page settings. Now where are you going to find it? Now what you have to do is either click on review and also view. Okay, these help you out with the page settings, and also you can go through page layout to fix it up. Now, just like I said in the introduction, that the page layout settings belong in the page layout, ribbon. Now, in the page layout ribbon, you have margin, orientation, size, then print area, break, background, and then print tiles. Now, we're going to go through a couple of them in this lesson. Now, the first thing you're going to learn about is going to be the themes. Now, if you want to apply themes, you can apply it whenever you want. You can see just like this. Select the one, whichever one you want, and it will be applied directly on your spreadsheet. And you can also fix colors, fonts, and effects. But the main thing we're going to learn about is going to be our page settings. Now, let's start off with the margins. Now, click on the margins and you will find out these margins over here. Then select whichever one you want. Let's say most of the time I use narrow because it gives me enough space to put in my own data. When you click on it, you will basically see that there will be this guideline, or a couple of these lines which will appear on your spreadsheet. And this will basically give you your idea about your page. Okay, so up till, let's say, 47, K47 from A1 is going to be one page and the amount of data I can put in. But one thing is that when you extend up your data, or let's say extend your cell, it's going to go out of the margin. And that means now this time it's up till J47. Okay, now you can fix in your margin according to the work you're doing. Okay, now the next thing you're going to learn about is going to be the orientation, whether you want portrait or landscape. So select whichever orientation you want. When you click on portrait, it will be the same. But when you click on landscape, you will basically see that this part has now extended. So this is how you will be able to select your orientation. Then it depends on the size. Now, what type of page do you have? Well, most of the time we use legal A4, A3, or maybe A5. So select the one according to the printing page size and then print it on. Okay, I'm gonna click on keep it on portrait. Then we have is the print areas. You can select your printing areas. Let's say you want to select, maybe you want to print only this part. Okay, you can go off the print area and then set print area or clear the print area. When you click on set print area, you'll be able to select the part. Let's say if you want to extend it, you can select this part too. That's like totally up to you, whichever part you want to use. Okay, let's say I'm going to do is use it up till here. Or maybe when I select on this, click on this print area, set print area, press on OK, and then select the area of print or data you have in your spreadsheet. And there we go. Only that part will be selected to be printed. Okay, then we have is breaks. If you want to apply page break or remove page break, that's like up to you. It will just add in that, distinction in between them. Then we have is the background. If you want to apply any photos to work as your background under your spreadsheet, you'll be able to apply that too. Then we have is this print tiles. You can apply on print tiles according to your desire. Let's say this is also a type of orientation, but it's only for printing. Now, in which order do you want your data to be printed? Okay, let's say it can go first horizontally and then vertically, or maybe vertically and then horizontally and then so on. You can fix all of these up according to your need. Let's say if you want grid lines, you can apply grid lines. If you want black and white, you can do that too. You can also apply color filters. You also have draft quality, rows, columns, headings. You can add anything you want by going through these options. Then we have a scale to fit. You can fix out your width, height, and scale it up according to your desire. Let's say I'm going to do is fix up my width. Now in my width, I'm going to apply 2 pages, and in height, I'm going to apply in 5 pages. Okay, so in horizontal row, or let's say horizontal, it will be 5 pages, and width, there's going to be only 2 pages. So it's going to be like this, and then only 2 over here. Okay, so this is basically how it works. Then we have is this print or sheet options. You can, just like I did on the introduction part, you can click on view. If you want any grid lines, you can print the grid lines too if you want to. So if you want these type of cells to appear when you print it on a page, make sure to click on print, and these grid lines will also be printed along with the data you are trying to print. Then we also have headlines. Okay, this also works the same way when you're printing on it. Let's say if you want to just click on view so that when you see it when you are working on it. But if you want those to be printed too, you just have to make sure to click on this print option or check that box, and then these columns and rows will also be printed at the same time. Then we have is this is kind of like the selection pane in other software such as Microsoft Word and then Microsoft PowerPoint. You can send and bring forward elements. Let me just show it to you once. Okay, I'm going to go off to insert, click on a shape. I'm going to do is apply this shape over here. Okay, there we go, we're done. Now, as I have this shape, I'm going to click on insert again, click on shapes. I'm going to do is apply in a circle, but I want it to go back. So I'm going to do is go send backwards. There we go. Now this element, which we applied in the first one, is now at the top. So this is basically how this, option works in page layout. You can also align your elements if you have any in your, spreadsheet. Then after you're done with this page layout option, make sure to go off to review so that you can spell check and go through some accessibilities and all of those. And then the last thing you have to do is the view option. In the view option, you can see page breaks. You can apply page layouts and also get custom views of your work. You can also zoom in, zoom out. You can also change panes and also windows through this ribbon. Okay. Now the last thing we're going to learn about is the print section. Now you can just press on Control and P so that you can go off to the print section. In our print section, it is very simple. So the thing you're gonna see is that the number of copies, the printer you want to select, and the print active sheets, or let's say, now how are you going to learn about the sheets or which sheets are active or not? Now the thing is that, let's say I'm going to go off over here and make sure to click on this. Now you can deactivate it by, deselecting it, or you can go off to the first sheet and then select the ones, okay, which you're working on. Now, as I did not put any data on sheet 2, it will not be selected and not be printed. So that means sheet 1 is going to be active when I put in any data in sheet 1. So that is basically how it works. You can just print out the active sheets. You can see it over here, and you can select the pages and from which page to which page. Now, if you want collated, let's say 1, 2, 3, and all of those, and you can also keep it 1 and 2. That's like up to you according to your desire and how you want it to be printed. Now, you can also select the page size from over here too, even though if you did not go through page layouts settings, you can fix them from over here. Most of the times, like I said, we use A4, A5, legal, and all of those. So make sure to select the page you have in your printer. And then the last one, we also have our margin. Now, you might see that there are only 3 margins that are available over here, but you can also customize your own margin, fix your top, header, and then also your right, foot, bottom, left, according to your desire. Now, if you want your data to be at the center, you can also fix that up. Now, if you want it to be at the center horizontal, it will be center. And if you also want it to be vertical, you can also keep it to be vertical. That will be at the middle of the page, okay? So this is basically how it will look like. Just press on OK, and you can see that my data is now at the center of the page. So now you know about how you can go through these settings and how to fix them up. Now, after you are done, you can just go through the copies, apply, or put in the number of copies you want to use or print. And after you're done, just click on print and you will have your file ready and print it. So hope you learned everything about this lesson. And now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to our lesson of Microsoft Excel Essential. In this lesson, we are going to learn about protecting worksheet and workbook and how you can share those documents. Well, protecting a workbook or a worksheet is very important when you are sharing your files, even if you say on a professional level or even casual level, because there is this, hassle or fear of losing your data or someone else editing your data when you're trying to present it to someone important. Now, this happens most of the time when there are breaches, but Microsoft Excel, even other software, has the security measurements. And in Excel, we have protecting workbook and worksheets. Well, what happens when you protect a workbook or worksheet is that it allows you, or maybe, just applies in that security measurement so that except you, or maybe even if you give it to someone else, they need to get the access key to open it up and edit it. Okay. Now, the first thing you need to know about how we can protect a workbook is that these are quite simple. And there are a couple of methods and there are a couple of ways how you can protect your own workbook or even your worksheet. Now, the first method we're going to show you is going off to file. When you go off to file, go off to info. And when you go off to info, the first box that appears up is going to be protecting your workbook. But this will not protect your worksheet. But what happens is that you can protect the whole workbook. So I'm going to do is click on protect workbook. Now you can see there is this protect workbook structure. Okay, or you can restrict the access, add a digital signature, or mark as final. That's like totally up to you. Or you can also encrypt it with a password. Now, first thing you can learn about is protecting the workbook structure and how you're going to do that. Click on protect the structure, then you're going to put in your password. Let's say I'm going to type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to do is re-enter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hit on enter and OK. Now, accept you, and even to you, it's going to ask for the password. Let me just close it off. You can see 1 over here. I'm going to do is open up another workbook. I'm going to go off the file. I'm going to click on open, and I have 1. Okay. Now, what happens is that I cannot put any data except for, when I open it up. As I already have 1 open, I'm going to do is cut this one off. I'm going to do is click on this. I'm going to click on don't save. Now, let's try opening that up. Click on open. It will ask me, okay, I'm going to do is delete this. And what you have to do first is right click on it, protect the worksheet. Now you have to select what can the person do or what cannot that person do if that person does not have the access. You have to fix it up, okay? Now, on default, it will just be select locked cells, select unlocked cells, okay? Now, I don't want the person to insert rows and columns. So I'm going to click on insert columns, insert rows. Now, I don't want that person to format the rows, neither format columns, neither format cells, or neither delete those, okay? Now, what I'm going to do is also edit objects. I don't want them to edit anything, okay? So I'm going to click on all of them. Now I'm going to click on OK. Now, this sheet is password protected, okay? You can see when you try to put anything or customize any content in the specific worksheet or your workbook, it will not work. You can see you might be requested to enter a password. Okay, what I'm going to do is click on them. It still won't work. Now, how are you going to unprotect it, or let's say unlock it? You have to right click on it. Then you have to click on unprotect sheet. Okay, when you click on unprotect sheet or protect sheet, you'll basically be able to apply in whatever data you want. But it's going to ask for, let's say, ask for the password if it's not you. Let's just turn this off and try it on back again. Now I'm going to try to put in any data, and you can see that this is protected. What I'm going to do is right click on protect sheet, and it will ask me for the password. Now you're going to put in the password. Let's say I'm going to put in my password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and click on enter, and then I will be able to add in my own data whenever I want. But if I protect it back again, click on protect sheet, put in your own password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, hit on OK, and re-enter your password again 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and there we go. Let's try deleting it. Right click, delete. It won't work. Even if you try to put in any text, what I'm going to do is select this and put in your text, it will not work. Let's try putting in something. Let's say I'm going to put in my shape. See, this shape has worked. Okay, so you have to select what a person can do or not do. So it's like totally up to you. But that person cannot delete any data. Let's say I want to delete this part. It will not be deleted, even if you have any data. Let's show it to you with, a spreadsheet with a couple of data inside of it. You can see that I am using my, logical function. Okay, logical function spreadsheet. Let me just protect it up for a while. Protect sheet. I'm going to select on all of them so that a person, when I'm sharing it to them, they will not be able to edit anything on the specific cell. Okay, our specific worksheet. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Hit on OK. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Hit on OK, and there we go. Let's try deleting it. I'm going to press on delete. See, it won't work. I'm going to select on this. I'm going to press on cut. It still won't work because the person who has it, without the access, they cannot edit anything except they put the password on. Now I'm going to do is, or if you share it to any person, they have to click on unprotect sheet, put in the password, and there we go. Now they can remove it or even edit the data however they want. Now, just like I said, that how are you going to share it? Well, there are a couple of methods of sharing your own spreadsheet, but you can, in the newest versions of Microsoft Office suites, there is this option of sharing, okay? But you have to stay connected to the internet and also with your Microsoft account so that you get the functionality, okay? First off, you have to go to file, then you have to share it, or you can see this share option over here. You can share it with people directly through the cloud or maybe even through email. You can click on email. You can send it as an attachment, send it as PDF, send it as XPS, or send as internet fax. Okay, so whichever one you want, just select on it. But most of the convenient one, or let's say the most convenient one nowadays, is sharing it with people through Drive, or let's say Microsoft OneDrive. Okay, because most of the people who use Office suites have their own Microsoft account, and you can just link in their email address and they will get access to your work. And you can also, manage their, access, such as editor or maybe a viewer. Okay, so either they can edit it or maybe just view it. So unless you grant the permission, they won't be able to edit it, but they will be able to see or also work with you at the same time at the same spreadsheet by being online. So now you know about the features of Microsoft Excel, of print selection, then also protecting a workbook and a worksheet, and also sharing and collabing through Microsoft Excel all at the same time. So now let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about a very simple keyboard shortcuts, which will make the work in Excel a lot more easier. Welcome back to our lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn a couple of simple Excel shortcut keys, which will make your work a lot more easier and save a lot of time while working on your progress. Now, the first one we're going to learn about is Control N. Now, what does the Control N do? Basically, it opens up another spreadsheet for you so that you can work on it fresh. Control N, and you can see book 1 has appeared up. Not just the spreadsheet, it just opens up another workbook for you so that you can work on it. Okay, so I'm going to cut this one off. Now the next one is going to be Control O. What it does is takes you directly to the open panel. Instead of that, what people most of the time do is click on file, go off to open, and then select the file they want to use. But it just saves up a lot of time. You can just press on Control O and it will take you directly there and open up whichever one you want to use while working on it, instead of going through files and going to open and then selecting the file. Then we have is Control and S. Well, Control and S basically serves a really good purpose, is that when you press on Control S, it just saves up your data. But whenever you typing, or let's say putting in your data, when you just suddenly just turns off, or maybe when you want to close it, it just shows you this pop-up interface. What you have to do is cut this off and save it up. Then you have to save it up and then close it. But when you just press on Control S, it will save up your data directly on your workbook, and you don't even have to go through here and save it up. Okay, then we have is Control and W. Just press on Control and W and you can see that we have this blank space. Well, let's say you're working on it and you just left. So it's either better to just press on Control and W so that no one will be able to edit it. Let's say even someone is bashing on your keyboard, nothing will be edited on your spreadsheet, but at the same time, it will be open the whole time. Okay, just go back, go off the file, click on the one you were using, and there we go, you have it. And you don't even have to worry about anyone, just fiddling with any of your data you have turned on in Microsoft Excel. Then we have is Control C, Control X, and Control V. Well, all of them are quite similar, okay? Well, in their categories. So I'm going to do is start off with this Control C. What Control C does is just gives you is it copies the data, Control C, and when you press on Control V, it will paste up that data. Well, this is very similar, okay? Very similar to other softwares too, because this is one of the main keys to copy up your, anything you want to use, or let's say your file, even your data. And then we have Control X. Well, a couple of people just use their mouse and then go up over here and cut them, copy them, and paste them. But what you can do is just use your keyboard, right? It will save up a lot of time. Just press on Control X, paste it over here, click on this, Control V, and there we go, we have it. Okay, I'm going to do is cut this one off. Now I'm going to show you is Control Z and Control Y. Control Z is for undo and Control Y is for redo. So you can also copy this. Let's say I'm going to copy this one over here. I'm going to press on Control Z and you can see it has been undone, or the command or whatever action you did has been undone. You can also redo the process by pressing on Control and Y, and you can see the action has been redone. Okay, then we have is Control and P. Well, when you press on Control and P, it will take you directly to the printing section, which you have in Microsoft Excel, and then you can just, fix up your page and then start printing on it instead of going up to your file and then going to the print sections, right? Then we have is this Control and F. Just press on Control and F and it will open up this find and replace option or tool for you on your workspace. Now you can also go through replace at the same time because both of them are over here on the same box. You can find any object. Let's say I'm going to type in CTRL, hit on enter, find next, find next, find next, and you can see most of them have control. You can also replace them whenever you want, whatever you want to do with. Let's say I'm going to type in shift. I'm going to do is replace all, and you can see all of them has been replaced. I'm going to press on close, and let's say I want to undo the process. Just press on Control Z, and there we go. The process has been undone. I'm going to press on Control and Home. What Home and N does is that it goes off to the last, blank sheet, or maybe, the first cell which you are working on. But when you press on Control and Home, it does the same thing. Now I'm going to press on Control and N. You can see this is the last blank cell in this, used column. Okay. And this is the last used column. So it just appeared right over here. When you press on Control and Home, it will take you to the first cell in Microsoft Excel spreadsheet. Okay, let's say I'm going to do is remove this. I'm going to do select on it, right click, delete, and there we go. Press on Control End, and you can see it will be like this. And you can see when you press it back again, it will take me at the bottom. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing with Alt and Enter. Well, there are a couple of ways of navigation in Microsoft Excel. Well, one method, or one of the mostly used method, is the mouse, right? You can go through and toggle and scroll whatever you want to do it. But at the same time, you have arrows, and also there are other things which I'm going to show it to you right now. You have down and then left, right, and up arrow keys for navigation. But let's say you are entering a data and sometimes your navigation keys or your arrow keys don't work. So what do you do at that moment? Let's say you want to go down. So what you do is press on enter, right? But what if you want to go up? Just press on alt and enter, or maybe shift and enter, and then it will, you can see that it will go up instead of going down like this. I'm going to press on shift again. It will go up. And when I let go of shift, and it will go down. It works the same way with tab, but tab has two different functions. I'll tell it to you a bit later. Now, the shortcut key which we're going to learn about is going to be Control and A. Well, when you are selecting a range of data, what you do is select it like this, right? But sometimes it becomes like this, maybe something like this, okay? So you have to be very, sensitive with your mouse and select the specific range. But what if I said that you can select all of it at the same time? Select any of the cells which contain your data and press on Control A. And you can see all of the data in the specific range will be selected. Okay, you just press on Control and A. And when you press it on again, all the cells in Microsoft Excel will be selected. Let's say I'm going to select on this open cell, or let's say blank cell and press on Control A. That means all the cells will be selected all together. Okay, now let's click on Control and F2. It will open up the print section for you, just the way it did on Control and P. Now let's press on Control up and down. What it does is that it takes you to the topmost cell which contains the data. See? Press on down and you can see it will take me to the top, at the bottom, okay? At the top, and when I press on down, at the bottom. Press on right, it will take me to the most right cell which contains data. And if I do left, it just takes me to the left. You can, after you're done with it, or if the range is, complete, then if you press on Control and down again, it will take you to the bottom of the spreadsheet. Then you can press on Control up again, and it will take you to the cell which contains data. It's kind of very convenient when you have a large amount of data. Then we have is Alt and F4. It basically does is that, terminates Microsoft Excel, or let's say, closes it off. The last one is Tab, just like I said. It has two features. One is opening up a formula, and another one is navigation. So let's start off with navigation. Just like I said, you can go left and right, and also up and down. And to go up and down, we also have Enter and Shift Enter, right? What if I say you can also go left and right with the tab? Press on tab and it will go right. But what if you want to go the opposite? Hold on the shift, press on tab, it will go left. Okay? So it's going to work like this. Now, opening up a formula. Let's say I'm going to type in any formula, equal sum. Now, if you don't know, or let's say when you want to open up a parentheses, because every formula or after every formula, you have to open up the bracket. Now, I'm going to put is concatenate. Now, I'm just going to do is just press on tab, and you can see the parentheses has been opened, and also the formula is complete. So that is how the tab button works in Microsoft Excel. So hope you learned everything in this lesson of shortcut keyboards or shortcut key in Microsoft Excel and how it can make your work a lot more easier. So thank you for watching this video up till the end. And now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn some basic accounting functions which are going to help you in casual use and also in professional use. Now, the first accounting function which we're going to learn about is going to be the average. Now, obviously, when you have a range of data, you're going to need an average amount, okay? Now, how are you going to do that? Now, it is very simple. Just click on any open cell where you want your result. Type in equal, type in average, and then put in your numbers. Let's say I'm going to do select them one by one. Make sure to put in commas. And after you're done, close off the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have our average value. We can also do something like equal, average, open the parentheses, select all of them, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and it will give you the same result just the way we did individually. Now, how are we going to get the profit? Now, first off, we're going to do is select all of them, and we're going to do is auto sum. And there we go. We have the sum, Control X, Control V. You can also do it like this. Click on sum, equal, sum, then select the cells where it has the data. There we go. Now let's try getting the average from the specific cell. Equal, average, select this, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see this is deviation 0 because we are dividing it by 0 instead of selecting any cell. So when you are using just one cell to get the average, it will not work. You have to select multiple cells or maybe more than one. Okay, so I'm going to keep it just the way it is. Now what we're going to do is get the profit from it. Now, if you want to get the profit from it, how do you do it? You have to cut the total, or let's say cut the average from the total. So I'm going to type in equal, select this, minus the average, hit on enter, and there we go. That is the profit. And we're going to do subtract it, type in equal, this one, minus this one. Okay, hit on enter, and there we go. The subtracted value is this amount. Now, the next function is going to be very important, which is the VLOOKUP. Well, this is a bit advanced, but this is one of the most used function in professional levels and also in different cases to look up a specific data. Now, how do you do it? Let's say I'm going to show you two different methods of how you can do it. One is going to be very basic and one is going to be a bit advanced. Okay, so first off, let's start off with the basic. Type in equal VLOOKUP. Now, what it searches for is the lookup value. Now, where is the lookup value? So the lookup value is going to be the value which you want to search it for. Let's say I'm going to do is cut this one off. First off, now this is going to be the VLOOKUP. Now let's put in a specific cell over here. I'm going to type in, let's say, what do you want to search for? Let's say I want the bank results, okay? And type in bank. Okay, make sure that it is the same because this is case sensitive. Type in equal VLOOKUP. Select the lookup value, which is bank, or this cell, which is H6, wherever you put in your data. Then select the table array. What I'm going to do is select the table array starting from this. Put in a comma. Then the next one is going to be column index number. Now, you can see that this is A, so it's supposed to be 1, right? And B is 2, C is 3, D 4, E 5, F 6. But it doesn't work that way. It depends on from which column you selected it to be the table array. So when I selected my table array, I started it from the B, okay, which is eco, physical, bank, goods, bank, physical, eco, right? So it happens to be that it has started from here, which is B2, okay? So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and this is 5. Now, what data or what value do you want in case of bank? Now, let's say in banks, I want the LF. So where is the LF? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, but according to the table array, it is third, right? So put in 3, then put in comma. And now we have true, which is approximate match, or false if exact match. So I'm going to click on or double click on the false, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the LF of bank is LFG. Okay, you can see it over here, LFG. Now, if you increase the value over here, you can see NA error appears up. Why is there an NA error? Because there are no values selected on the cell, which is going to be over here. And there are no values when you used this specific cell. Okay. If you had any cells or any data over here, which is similar to these values, then you will be able to get a specific value. Okay. Now I'm going to do is find a specific cell. What I'm going to do is you have to type in Control F, then select whichever you're searching for. Let's say I want to search for bank. Go off to replace. Now I want to replace it with, let's say, house. I'm going to do is replace all of them. Okay. And when you select on this, there will be the change over here at the same time. Now, just like I said, I'm also going to be showing you, let's say an advanced method. Now, first off, what we're going to do is go off the data. Now, when you go off the data, what you're going to do is click on data validation. Click on any value over here on settings and select list. Now, click on the source and make sure to use what you want. Let's say I'm going to select on them. Press on enter. and press on OK. And you can see the data validation table is over here, or let's say our drop down list. And from here, you're going to do is select on any of these cells. House is for LFG, goods is for HRT. Then we also have eco, which is also LFG, and physical is GHG. So this is basically how these functions work in Microsoft Excel. And you can do a lot of things by just, knowing or how to use these functions. So thank you for watching this video. Hope you understood everything. Now let's move on to our next function, or let's say our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about how we can make a table and then also make a chart out of it. Now, before making a chart and also a table, you're going to need an array of data, or let's say a range of data. As you can see over here that I have the same range of data which I used in my filter function. Now, when you want to make yourself a table, is that you have to select the whole range of data and then turn it into a table. I'm going to do is first off select the whole range of data. I'm going to go off to insert, and you have this option over here called table in the tables option. Click on table and this option appears up. Select up your cell. Now if you want header, you can also keep your header, but if you don't want header, you can deselect it, but I want headers most of the time. Okay, so I'm going to press on OK. And you can see that my header has been created and also my table. So as I have my table of data and also a couple of these information inside of it, now I can edit it however I want. Let's say I'm going to click on this table. I'm going to press on Control A. You will see this option called table design. From here, you can customize your table however you want. First, I'm going to do is zoom out a bit so that I can see the whole data table. Then the first one I'm going to do is going to be inserting a slicer. I'm going to click on insert slicer, then you can select on whichever one you want. What I'm going to do is, let's say instead of that, I'm going to do is just keep ID numbers, okay? Press on OK, and there we go. We have our ID number. You can use whichever ID number you want to use. Select on them, and it will give you the exact result of that specific ID, okay? And press on Control Z, and now you can just press on this, and it will give you the whole results back again. Now, even though you're done with this, I'm going to do is remove it. I'm going to press on Control Z and do is just remove this part, and there we go. Now you can also apply filters instead of applying, your data. How do you do that? I'm going to press on Control Z again so that I can turn this into a basic data table instead of this being a table, okay? I'm going to do is select on them. I'm going to do is go off to insert, and you can turn it into whatever you want. What I'm going to do is click on them, and you can fix it up according to however your work needs. Now you can go off to insert, and then you will find out timelines or maybe filters, okay? You can apply in filters according to your need, but already the filters have been added when you apply it in your header, okay? From this filter option, you can select whichever ID you want or deselect them according to your desire. Let's say I'm going to do is remove this 9946 and then remove these couple of ones. So I'm going to press on OK, and couple of the data has been removed. Even though it's not removed totally, it's just not showing you in the specific table. Now let's say I'm going to select on the specific city. I'm going to do is remove London. Only NYC and Vegas are now available. Now let's say I'm going to do is remove NYC, just keep Vegas, and it will give you only the Vegas ones. Now I'm going to do is select all of them and see how many people or how many cities are there. Press on OK, and you can see these are the ones. What I'm going to do is select on London, press on OK, and these are the values of that specific city. We can do the same thing with Vegas. I'm going to do this with Vegas or maybe NYC. Press on OK, and there we go. Okay, so this is basically how you filter up your data and turn this into a table. But there are a lot more things which you can do with the table, okay? I'm going to do select all so that I can select all of them, press on OK, so that I have the whole range of data at the same time. I'm going to go off the table design. Now you can remove the duplicates if you want to. Now, how are you going to do that? First off, you have to click on remove duplicates, and you have to select the prices and select the IDs. Let's say I don't want the same IDs, okay? I'm going to just remove the other ones. What I'm going to do is keep the IDs, okay? Or let's say remove the IDs. I'm going to press on OK, and all of the same IDs with the same number has been removed. Now, only the ones that are different remain. Okay, now you can press on Control Z and keep it the way it is. Now, just like I said, if you want to turn it into a range again, what you can do is convert to range, press on OK, and you can see that it is not anymore into a table. Then you can make it into a filter. Okay, you have the sort and filter option. You can filter it up. You can see the filters have been added, and it identifies all of the data in the specific cell and what data it contains in that specific column. Okay, so you don't even have to worry about selecting the array and then placing it up like data validation. It just identifies or scans up the data which it contains in that specific column. So basically, most of the features inside of Excel or the default setting is in virtual, or let's say in vertical mode. So what happens is that when you put in any data, it's just going to select or scan up the vertical data in a column. Now you can also sort it up according to your cell. What I'm going to do is select on the specific cell. I'm going to do is click on sort and filter. I'm going to keep it to A to Z. Press on OK, and you can see it is from A to Z. I'm going to do the same thing over here. Select on the cell, press on Control Z, and it will be like this. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is going to be selecting on the invoice. We can do the same thing with numbers over here. Let's say newest to oldest. Press on OK, and there we go. This is the newest, so the oldest value or the oldest date. You can do the same thing whichever columns you want to do it with, but it has to contain data. Okay, or even if you say that in one of the cells in a specific column, there are two different type of data. Let's say one is alphabet and one is numerical. Sometimes it does not work, or sometimes it just puts the value at the end. Okay, so let's try doing it over here. I'm going to type in Word. I'm going to select this specific column, go to sort and filter, and you can see smallest to largest. Press on OK, and you can see it just kept it at the end, okay, or at the bottom. So this is basically how the sort and filter works in Microsoft Excel. Now, what we're going to do is going to be making a chart out of it. Now, how do you make a chart out of the specific cell or specific column, or maybe even a specific table? So the first thing you have to do is go out to Insert after selecting your specific column or your table. Then you have the section over here called Charts. Now select in whichever type of chart you want. Now from here, you can select on them and select the chart you want. You can also go through other categories and select the chart. Let's say I'm going to go over here and fix out my desired chart. I'm going to do is use my pie chart. Let's say I'm going to click on this. I'm going to do is extend the size, and there we go. We have it. So this is basically how you filter and sort data, and at the same time, you can make a chart out of it. And if you want to convert it, this chart, you can click on this, click on Format, and you can change the format selection if you want to. You can do that. You can also replace it or reset to match style. That's like totally up to you. You can fix the chart area, chart tile according to your need. You can go to chart design, and you can add chart elements too. You can also change the layout, and you can also change the chart type. Let's say if you don't want the pie chart or maybe a bar chart, you can click on bar and select any one, and you'll basically see that it will just convert into a bar chart, okay? And the one will not be underneath. You can see it over here. It's the same chart. Then you can format it up according to your desire, use whichever style you want, and that's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it. You can move the chart, you can switch row and column, you can also select the data. Let's say I'm gonna move the chart, press on, let's say new sheet, you can do that. If you want to select the data, you can also select the data. Let's say I'm gonna do deselect it, press on OK, and that specific data will be removed. Press on Control Z, and I have it right over here. So hope you learned everything in this lesson and understood everything. If you didn't understand a part, please let us know and we will guide you through the whole process. Now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to another project of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about VLOOKUP and also HLOOKUP. Well, one thing I said in the last lesson is that in default, our data is formatted in a vertical way. So if you use HLOOKUP just the way you put your data in, it's not going to work, okay? Because you have to transpose it. But we're going to go through that later on. Let's start off by knowing how you can use VLOOKUP. Well, VLOOKUP is a very important function in Microsoft Excel, and it is vastly used as one of the most used lookup function, and it is very simple. Well, you might think that it is a bit complex if you're the first, or let's say this is the first time you're using it, but it is very easy. And one thing is that it helps you to find out data in a large amount of data, okay? Or let's say a data range. Now, the first thing we're going to do is going to be clicking on any one of these cells. I'm going to use it 3 to 4 times, and the next ones I'm going to use my field header. So let's start off from over here. I'm going to click on equal. I'm going to type in VLOOKUP. Now, the difference between these two functions is that VLOOKUP stands for virtual lookup and HLOOKUP stands for horizontal lookup. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be our lookup value. Now, before that, I'm going to do is put a couple of names over here. Let's say I'm going to do is cut a couple of names, Control C, Control V over here. Now, I'm going to do is select on this. Let's say I'm going to put in what type of value I want. Let's say I'm going to get the value, okay? This is going to be the value. So I'm going to get the values of these specific people. Now, let's start off by equal VLOOKUP. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be lookup value. Now, whose lookup value do I want? Let's say I'm going to select on Rick, even though this is at the first one. Okay, I'm going to press on comma. I'm going to do is select the cells, put in a comma again. Now here, what you're going to do is after you're done with the table array, make sure to put or use all of the cells. Now I'm going to put in a comma and then select the column index number. Now, where is the value, okay, which we are looking for? Okay, the value is over here. So the value is on the third column, so put it in the third. Now keep one thing in mind is that it depends on the table array, okay? Let's say your table array is over here. Let's just cut this off, okay? I'm going to do is take all of this data and start it from B, okay? And I'm going to get the value again. Type in equal and then start in VLOOKUP. Do the same thing. Lookup value is going to be, let's say, Rick, comma, and then table array. Select the table array, comma, and then the column index number. So just like I said, it depends on the table array which you're selecting it from. Now, even though this is on the second, this is now the first because this is where the table array started from. So this is 1, C is 2, D is 3, E4, and F is 5. Not A1, B2, C3, D4. Okay, so the value is on the third, okay, third column of the table array. So I'm going to type in 3, comma, and then the exact match. You're going to try searching for the exact match. You can type in false, or you can also double click on this and it will be entered. Close off the parentheses, hit on enter, and for Rick, the value is eco. Now, what if I say that if I'm going to do is change it to Omen? Hit on enter and you can see it will turn into cache. Now, what I'm going to do is Control Z and keep it just the way it is. Let's do 2, 3 more, okay? So let's start typing in equal. I'm going to type in VLOOKUP. This time I'm going to do is search the amount. I'm going to do is select it for mrow, comma, table array, select it, comma, and I want the amount, right? So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Click on 5, comma, and then exact match. Close out the parentheses, hit on enter, and that is the value for this specific value, which is K3 of mrow. You can see this is also the same. 5,473 is the answer. You can use the field header to get the results of each and every one of them, but I don't want the same value of each and every one. So I'm going to do is type in equal. Next one I'm going to do is find in the color of, let's say, Jackie. I'm going to do is type in equal, VLOOKUP, select Jackie, command, like select on the table array, comma again, and then put in the column index number, which is 2, comma, and then select on exact match. Close the parentheses, and it would give me the answer, which is pink. Okay, so it matched. Now let's do the last time, equal VLOOKUP. Now let's try it from Arnie, and let's get the credit number, okay? I'm gonna put in comma, the table array, select all of it, comma, and then select the column index number, which is 4, comma, and then exact match. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have the credit number of Arnie. So this is basically how VLOOKUP works. Now, if you try to use HLOOKUP with the same table, it won't work. Let me just show it to you. Type in equal HLOOKUP. Now you're going to select the Arnie. I'm going to do select the whole cell. I'm going to do, first off, select the cell Arnie, comma, select the cell, comma, and row index number. Let's say I want value, which is on 3, comma, and false. It won't work. It will give me an error because this table is not horizontal. This is vertical, okay? So you have to transpose your value or transpose the table. Now, how do you do that? Let's just remove these first. I'm going to do is select on them, press on Control C. I'm going to do is paste it right over here. But if you just paste it, it won't work. Just go off to paste. Click on this down arrow key and you have to transpose the value. Let's say click on this transpose. And there we go. We have it. Click on this. I'm going to do is fix the height of each and every line or row. There we go. We have it. Do is increase the size of each and every one. There we go. Okay, now we have it. What I'm going to do is keep the names over here. I'm going to do is Control C, paste it over here. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is get the exact value from over here. Control X, Control V. What I'm going to do is type in value. Now here we are going to get our values. Okay, I'm going to do is first off select on them. What I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to keep it all borders. Now we want a value of them. Okay, this is basically the same, but you know the table is just transposed. So I'm going to type an equal HLOOKUP, and the lookup value, select all of the cells or all of the range, comma, and then the table array. Okay, first off, select the specific cell of the specific reference. Let's say I'm going to select J, comma, table array is going to be this one. Put in a comma again and the row index number. Now, just like I said, I want the value. So it is 3, comma, and then exact match. Now, it will give me the exact result for Jade, okay, which is the value. And the value for Jade is cash, right? It will give me answer cash. See, this is how it works. Let's try it one more time and then we're good to go. HLOOKUP, the lookup value is going to be Jackie this time, comma, the table array, select the whole array, comma, and row index number. Let's say we're going to get the color, okay? So Jackie's color, I'm going to do is press on 2, comma, and false. It will give me pink this time. Hit on enter, and there we go. We have our answer. So this is basically how you use HLOOKUP and VLOOKUP function in Microsoft Excel. You can also use a data validation table to do that. Now, how will you do that? First off, I'm going to do is remove them. I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to do is type in equal. Let's say just, I'm going to do is Control Z. I'm going to keep the values over here. But instead, over here, now what we're going to do is going to be removing each and every one of these cells, delete. So you will see this NA error because there are no values, okay, when they're selecting the specific cell. But what we're going to do is going to be clicking on the specific cell and go off the data validation, select list, and click on source, and then select the names. Press on enter, press on OK, and there we go, we're good to go. Now what we're going to do is select on them, click or remove this, K7, we're going to do is click on this, okay, hit on enter, and there are specifically no one. Well, I'm going to do is select on Omen, and there we go, we have our answer. We're going to do the same thing over here. We're going to do is type in K2, hit on enter, and we have black. Okay, now if we change it over here, let's say I'm going to type in Rick, you can see the value of Rick, Eco, and Fade. We can do the same thing of all and get the values of each and every person just by using our drop-down menu. Because this cell is the drop-down list, okay? You can use whichever name and it will scan up the data over on the array and fix up your data. Or let's say find out your data in a specific range. So thank you for watching this video up till the end and hope you understood everything from the beginning to the last. Now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about maximum, minimum, small, and large function. But all of them works in a different way. Now, just as you can see, or just as you've heard, maximum minimum, small, and large. So what does these functions do? Let's just show it to you how the max function works. Basically, the max function works in such a way so that it can find out the highest number, or let's say the largest number it has in a specific range of data. Let's say I have this range of data over here, which is the A column. It starts from A2 to A7. Now, if you have more data, it will be quite hard for you to find it, right? Now, you cannot just go through each and every one and then find out the one which has the highest value. But if that happens, what you can do is use the maximum function to find out the highest number in your specific range of data. Now, how are you going to do that? What you're going to do is type in equal max and then select all of the values, or select the range of data, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the highest range or the highest valued data is 96 inside of the specific cell. If I type in 100 over here, well, let's say I'm going to type in 100 here, okay? Hit on enter and you can see 100 will appear up. So it's going to keep updating until you put in your own data or change the values, okay? So this is like very convenient. So I'm going to type in 86 back again because I will be needing that later on. Now, as we've got our maximum, now it works the same way when you are using the minimum function. I'm going to type in equal minimum. So basically what it does is finds out the lowest number or the lowest valued number in your specific range of data. Type in minimum, select the range of data, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. The lowest value data is 34. So now you know how the maximum function works and also how the minimum function works in Microsoft Excel. Now the next function we're going to show you is going to be small and large. Now how does these functions work? These are a bit different. Let me just show it to you how it works. Let's just show you so that you can know how it works, okay? And then I will give you a description. Let's say I'm going to type in small, open the parentheses, select the whole cell, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see I've entered too many arguments for this. Now, why is it showing that? It's showing that because you need to put in a specific value. What I'm going to do is remove this back again. I'm just show it to you. As you can see that after the criteria, we need to put something else. So you have to put in small, select the array, put in a comma. Let's say I'm going to put in 2. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see 54. Now, why is it 54? Because it's the second highest number, or let's say the second smallest number in the specific range of data. Now, if we put in, let's say 1, it will give me the smallest number. So it is a bit better, or let's say this is, a bit more convenient than the minimum function in Microsoft Excel. So now you know how it works. Let's say I want the third smallest numbers. Type in 3, hit on enter, and it will give me the third one, okay, which is 57. It was 54 when we put in 2, and 3 when we put in 57, okay? Now, we're going to do the same thing with the large function. Type in equal, large, then put in or select the array. Now we want the largest number, so put in 1, which is going to be the first ranking. Hit on enter, and that is the largest number with the first ranking. But if you want the second largest number, just type in 2 in case of 1. Hit on enter, and the second largest number is 86. So you can do that, or most of the time it is used when people are trying to rank up a specific placement for a specific person, or maybe for an object, or whichever data you are using. It works most of the time in cases of numerical values. It won't work in case of alphabetic data. So make sure to keep that in mind, and hope you understood everything in this lesson. And now let's move on to our next function of Microsoft Excel, which is going to be median mode. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the COUNTIF function and how we can use it. Well, I have prepared 2 ranges of data over here. One is gender, and one is going to be the number of duplicates. We're going to find out the values of the specific number and how many times they are being used in a specific range. Now, how do you do that? Obviously, we're going to use the COUNTIF function. Also, at the same time, we also have another range of data where I have put the name and then I've put in the gender. And then I'm going to do is find out with, a specific keyword, which is going to help me find out the number of males in a specific range of data and the number of females in a specific range of data. So without any further ado, let's just start it off. So over here, we're going to start off with this specific cell. You can see that there are a couple of values over here, but you can see a lot of them are quite the same. If you've learned or seen our previous lesson on the count function, we already know how we can add up the number of duplicates, or let's say how many cells are being used with the same amount of values or the different amount of values, right? Now, the first thing we're going to do is going to be using our COUNTIF function. I'm going to type in equal COUNTIF, open this up. What you're going to do is select the range. Let's say I'm going to select the whole range of data. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind that when you are searching for the number of duplicates, or even when you're using this COUNTIF function, you rather want to lock in these values or anchor those data or anchor that range of data so that it doesn't cross that amount when you're using the field header. So I'm going to press on F4 over here, lock in the row and column. Do the same thing on the last one, lock in the row and column, put in a comma. Do this after that, comma. And after putting in that comma, you're going to select the specific cell with the specific amount of value. Let's say I'm going to do a search for 6,000. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see 6,000 is being used 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. There are no 6,000. Let's get the amount of values for the other ones too. Equal COUNTIF, select the range of data, F4, put in a comma, and let's say how many times 5,000 is being used. 6 times. Let's search out 4,000, how many time it is being used. COUNTIF, select the range of data, F4, comma, 4,000, close the parentheses, hit on enter 5 times. I'm going to type in equal COUNTIF. I'm going to do select the range of data again, F4, comma, I'm going to do select 3,000, close the parentheses, hit on enter 4 times. Now we already now have 5,000 in the value. Now I'm going to do is get the values for 7,000. Let's see, equal COUNTIF, select the range of data, F4, comma, 7,000, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. 7,000 is 2 times. So now we know how we can get the number of duplicates in that specific cell. Now let's say I'm going to do is type in equal count. Now let's get the amount of values. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, 20. Let's see if it sums it up. What I'm going to do is type in equal sum, select the number of values, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have our exact number, and it is totally perfect. Okay, so now you know how this COUNTIF function works in Microsoft Excel. Now we're going to do the same thing over here. Now, just like I said, I'm going to do is get the amount of males and females are there in the specific range of data. Now, how are you going to do that? Well, this is just a bit different than how I used it over here, but most of the time it's quite the same. So first I'm going to type in equal COUNTIF. Now you're going to do is select the range of data. And after you select the range of data, make sure to lock in that value or anchor that range of data. And what you're going to do is going to be, let's say, put in a comma, and you're going to do is select the criteria. Now, I'm not going to select the criteria, but instead I'm going to use the keyword being used in that specific cell. Now, it also detects the keyword that is being used. Okay, I'm going to do is open the parentheses, type in M, make sure to use double quotation, close the parentheses off, hit on enter, and you can see M is 5 times. Let's try the same thing with female. Equal COUNTIF, select the range, press on F4, and if it doesn't work your way, or let's say doesn't work once, what you have to do is select this over here, press on F4, press on F4 over here, and there we go, we have it, comma, double quotation, and then put in your value. Let's say F, double quotation, and close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. Now let's try to sum it up. Equal count. What I'm gonna do is select all of these, close the parentheses, hit on enter. You can see it will be like this. But what I'm going to do is use the count A function. Hit on enter, and you can see 9. and I'm going to do sum it up. Obviously, it's going to be 9. We can see it over here. 5 plus 4 is 9. So now you know how the count if function works in Microsoft Excel. Well, there are a lot of count functions over here. When you press on count, you can see count if as there is also there. Okay, so let's try count if function in our next lesson. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about maximum, minimum, small, and large function. All of them works in a different way. Now, just as you can see, or just as you've heard, maximum, minimum, small, and large. So what does these functions do? Let's just show it to you how the max function works. Basically, the max function works in such a way so that it can find out the highest number, or let's say the largest number it has in a specific range of data. Let's say I have this range of data over here, which is the A column. It starts from A2 to A7. Now, if you have more data, it will be quite hard for you to find it, right? Now, you cannot just go through each and every one and then find out the one which has the highest value. But if that happens, what you can do is use the maximum function to find out the highest number in your specific range of data. Now, how are you going to do that? What you're going to do is type in equal max and then select all of the values, or select the range of data, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the highest range or the highest valued data is 96 inside of the specific cell. If I type in 100 over here, well, let's say I'm going to type in 100 here, okay? Hit on enter and you can see 100 will appear up. So it's going to keep updating until you put in your own data or change the values, okay? So this is like very convenient. So I'm going to type in 86 back again because I will be needing that later on. Now, as we've got our maximum, now it works the same way when you are using the minimum function. I'm going to type in equal minimum. So basically what it does is finds out the lowest number or the lowest valued number in your specific range of data. Type in minimum, select the range of data, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. The lowest valued data is 34. So now you know how the maximum function works and also how the minimum function works in Microsoft Excel. Now the next function we're going to show you is going to be small and large. Now how does these function work? These are a bit different. Let me just show it to you how it works. Let's just show you so that you can know how it works, okay? And then I will give you a description. Let's say I'm going to type in small, open the parentheses, select the whole cell, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see I've entered too many arguments for this. Now, why is it showing that? It's showing that because you need to put in a specific value. What I'm going to do is remove this back again. Let me just show it to you. As you can see that after the criteria, we need to put something else. So you have to put in small, select the array, put in a comma. Let's say I'm going to put in 2. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see 54. Now, why is it 54? Because it's the second highest number, or let's say the second smallest number in the specific range of data. Now, if we put in, let's say 1, it will give me the smallest number. So it is a bit better, or let's say this is, a bit more convenient than the minimum function in Microsoft Excel. So now you know how it works. Let's say I want the third smallest numbers. Type in 3, hit on enter, and it will give me the third one, okay, which is 57. It was 54 when we put in 2, and 3 when we put in 57, okay? Now, we're going to do the same thing with the large function. Type in equal, large, then put in or select the array. Now we want the largest number, so put in 1, which is going to be the first ranking. Hit on enter, and that is the largest number with the first ranking. But if you want the second largest number, just type in 2 in case of 1. Hit on enter, and the second largest number is 86. So you can do that, or most of the time it is used when people are trying to rank up a specific placement for a specific person, or maybe for an object, or whichever data you are using. It works most of the time in cases of numerical values. It won't work in case of alphabetic data. So make sure to keep that in mind, and hope you understood everything in this lesson. And now let's move on to our next function of Microsoft Excel, which is going to be median mode. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel Essential. In this lesson, we are going to learn about median and also mode. Now, what are these functions? Median basically finds out the data which is in the middle. Let's say it works only in case of numerical values. So it's going to find out that specific data which is in the middle. Not like, the cell middle, but it's going to give you the value which data is in the average or maybe, center place. Let's say if you put in from 1 to 100, it's going to give you the answer of 50. In case of mode, it gives you the exact data which is being used frequently. So let's just make an array of data and just type in random numbers. You can see it like this. Okay, there we have is a specific range of data. I'm going to keep it at the center so it looks a bit more better. Now I'm going to do is use the median function, equal median. Now I'm going to do is select the numbers. You can select them individually or like select the whole cell or select the whole range of data. It's totally up to you. I'm going to do is select the whole range of data, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see 75. So this is how it works. Now let's say I'm going to type in equal, type in mode, or you can use later, multi-mode later on. You can use the mode function, select all the cells, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. It is the value that is being mostly used. Okay, so it is at the center. That is why this is the value, and 75 because it is the one frequently used in a specific range of data. So hope you learned everything in this lesson, and thank you for watching this video. In the next lesson, we are going to go a bit more advanced where we are going to show you sum if s, average if is, count ifs, and minimum if and maximum if. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to be using the if function with very simple, or let's say basic functions. Now you've gone through these lessons of sum and then average, count, and minimum, maximum. But what we're going to do is add up if with this specific function, okay? Now what we're going to do is start off with the sum if and then sum if s. So let's start off with the sum if. Now the first thing you're going to do is need a range of data like this. Now what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on the sum if box, and I'm going to type in equal sum if. And you can see sum if has appeared over here. I'm going to double click on it, and then you'll be able to select the range criteria and the sum range. Now how does that work? Now first off, you have to fix in the specific range of data. So in the range of data, which data do you want? Let's say from there, I'm going to do is select the name of the cities, because I'm going to need the name of cities that contain the name of brand and how many units were sold. So first thing I'm going to do is going to be selecting the number of cities that are over here. Okay. Or let's say I'm going to do is select on it, select this. Okay. I'm going to put in a comma. And now which city or the value of which city do you want? Let's say I need the values of Los Angeles. So first thing you're going to do is select any of the cell that contains your need of data. Let's say I'm going to select on this cell. You can see Los Angeles. I'm going to put in another comma, and then which brand or what data do you want, and which data do you want it to be added up and given the exact result. Now, just like I said, I need the amount of units sold for that specific city. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this value, which is going to be our units sold. Now, I'm going to do is close off the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the number of units sold for Los Angeles. But now, what if you say that you want a specific brand or a specific object to be sold, and you want that object or how many units were sold for that specific object? Okay. Now, for that reason, you have to use the sum if function. Now, you might think that it is a bit complex, but it actually is not. Another thing, you have to keep one thing in mind, that if you cannot like put in your values like this, make sure to click on this effects over here, and it will open up the function argument. So let's just try the same thing from over here. I'm going to do is cut this off. Now let's just show to you how this works. Now, first off, you're going to do is click on this range, because I need the range first. I'm going to do is select all of the cities or all of the range or column that contain the name of the cities. You can see A1 to A24. Now I'm going to do is select the criteria. Now the criteria is going to be the specific city, okay, because I'm going to need the unit sold for that specific city. Now if you don't want to use a specific cell, you can also put in the keyword. Let's say, just like I said, you can put in your keyword. Let's say, make sure to put in double quotation. Let's say I'm going to type in Los Angeles, and I'm going to put in double quotation at the end too. And after you're done, make sure to select the sum range. And obviously make sure that in the sum range, it's a numerical value, because if it is alphabetical, it might not work and also sometimes show you an error. Okay, then I'm going to do is select all of the units sold and hit on enter, press on OK. And even before pressing on OK, you can see the result, which is 130,450 as my answer. Press on OK, and there we go. We have our result. Now, even if you use the fill header, it's going to give you the results of the other ones, okay, which is going to be Vegas and NYC. But we don't want that. We want the specific city. Now, if you want to change it, you can also change it to NYC. Okay, I'm just going to do is type in NYC, hit on enter, and it will give you the total results of NYC. We can do the same thing with Vegas. Let's just try in Vegas. Double quotation, type in Vegas. Hit on enter, and that is the total amount of units sold for Vegas. Now, another thing, you have to keep one thing in mind, that you can use the wildcard inside of it. Now, how to use that? So first thing I'm going to do is cut off everything except for the S. Now, when you want to use the wildcard, you have to put in the asterisk symbol. Now, I put in the asterisk symbol. Now, what it will do is scan up all of the data inside of that range and whatever data it has ending with an S, and then give you the exact result. Hit on enter, and you can see that is the total. Okay, that is the total of, let's say, Los Angeles and Vegas, because both of them has the S at the end. Okay, so now you know how you will be able to use the sum if function in Microsoft Excel. Now, what if you want the exact brand being sold and you want the exact amount of the units sold? Now, how are you going to do that? Obviously, this time you have to use sum if s, because it's going to deal with a lot of arguments and a lot of criteria and a lot of data, which cannot be done by using sum if. So let's start off by typing in sum if s, open up the parentheses, and now you're going to start off with the sum range. So the sum range is the units sold. So I'm going to select all of the units sold, put in a comma, and which is going to be the criteria range 1. Now, in our criteria range 1, we're going to put in the cities, okay? Now, I'm going to do is select all of the cities, or the range of data, which we have here on A, which is the city. Now, I'm going to put in another comma, which is going to be our criteria 1. For which city do you want the exact value from? So let's say I'm going to do is use Los Angeles again. Now, after you put in that specific value, I'm going to put in another comma. And now, what data, or let's say what brand do you want to seek out for? Let's say I want the specific values, how many units are being sold in Los Angeles and how many Fanta is being sold there. So I'm going to click on Fanta, okay, which is going to be our B2 cell. And after you're done, what you're going to do is put in another comma, and then you can put in criteria 2. Now, in our criteria 2, we can put in the specific brand at the same time, okay? I'm going to do is cut this one off, and then I'm going to do select the whole cell. So I'm going to cut this off, select the whole column instead. And after you're done, you'll be able to select the criteria 2, put in another comma, and we're going to put in the criteria. Let's say I want Fanta, just like I said. And after you're done, what you're going to do is close off the parentheses. Hit on enter, and you can see this is the value of that specific brand being sold in Los Angeles. Now, to make it a bit more easier, we're going to open up this, okay? And here in the functions argument, you will be able to see what amount or what data I've put in that specific function, okay? Now, we're going to do it again and show it to you. Let's cut this off. Cut this one off too. Okay, first off, we're going to start off with the sum range. Now, in our sum range, we're going to put in our units sold. There we go. And our criteria range, we're going to put in the city. Select the whole cities. Now I'm going to put in criteria 1. So as we already did for Los Angeles, let's try for Vegas. Click on Vegas. And then I'm going to put in criteria 2. Select the number of brands or the whole data of brands. And now what data do you want? Let's say how many units of Sprite has been sold in Vegas. Click on Sprite or any of the cells that you need. and press on OK, and there you go. You already have the answer, which is 19,000. Press on OK, and it will give you that specific data. Now you can also change that specific value according to your desire. Let's say how many Diet Cokes are being sold there. Hit on enter. Only 9,000 are being sold in Vegas. So now you know how the sum if function or the sum if s function works in Microsoft Excel. Now there is also an addition that you can also get results of different cities at the same time and different brands at the same time. Now, what are we going to do with it? Now, you're going to click on this, and instead of the specific cell, what I'm going to do is I need the number of Diet Coke and also Sprite and how many units are being sold in Vegas. So I'm going to select or increase this value over here. Let's say B3 and let's say B4. Hit on enter, and you can see both of the values are over here. Now, if you want to sum those up, then you have to put in another thing, okay? What you're going to do is select on that specific cell. Then you're going to do is put in the sum before it, okay? I'm going to type in sum, S-U-M, open this parentheses up, and also close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have both of the values together. Now we are done with sum if and sum if s. Let's start off with the average if. Now, how does that work? I'm going to type in equal average if. Now you have to select the range. So the range is going to be this specific cell. Put in a comma and then put in your criteria. What criteria do you want? Let's say I'm going to type in this. Now you can select the average range. Now select whatever average range you want. If you can't do it, just go over here. Now you can select whichever cell you want. Let's say I want this value, I want this value, or maybe this value. And it will find out your average if for that specific value which you are working on, or whichever one you want. Let's say I want the average value or the average if of 10,000. So it's going to be 10,750. Hit on OK, and there we go. You have your answer. Now, it doesn't work the same way it does on average if. Well, average if s is a bit more, let's say, complicated. Now let's try average if s. I'm going to type in equal. You can go off the functions over here if you can't find it. I'm going to type in average if s. Hit on that. Okay. What we're going to do is start off with our average range. Now you can see that I have put in another value over here. Now, first thing you're going to do is select the unit sold. I'm going to select on this. I'm going to select on criteria range 1. Now, what is going to be our criteria range 1? In our criteria range 1, we're going to find out the brands which are being sold. Click on that. Now, we're going to do is select up our criteria, which you can see over here, which is going to be this specific, okay? I'm going to do is, let's say I want the value for Fanta. I'm going to do is go off the criteria range 2. I'm going to do select all of these cities. Now, from this criteria range 2, I'm going to select NYC and how many sales are being sold to and from NYC. I'm going to press on OK, and there we go. The average if is, or let's say the result is going to be 12,500 being sold, or that is the average units being sold in New York City. So now you know how the average if s function also works in Microsoft Excel. Now let's learn about how we can use our count if and count if s function in Microsoft Excel. Now, what we're going to do is going to be going on count if. Now, you know already how the count function works. It basically finds out the number of cells being used and the active cells. But if you add it up with count if, you have to select this range of data. Let's say I'm going to do is select the units being sold. I'm going to put in a comma, and I have to put in the criteria. Now, I want the values that are going to be greater than 9,000. Okay, so you have to put in double quotation. Let's say it is going to be greater than 9,000. Okay, and it's going to give me that exact number. Close the parentheses. Make sure to put in the double quotation. I'm going to click on this, close it off, hit on enter, and you can see 12 of them are greater than 9,000. Okay, now let's go off the count if s. If you want two values, let's say I want only the values that are greater than 9,000 and that only belongs to Diet Coke, or maybe only belongs to Powerade. Now let's see how many values are there. Type in equal count if s. Criteria range 1. I'm going to do is select the criteria range first. Select the cell. I want the criteria now. Now let's say I'm going to do is type in 9,000. select this. Now in criteria range 2, I'm going to do is select the brands. And in the brands, I only want power rate. I'm going to do is press on OK. Now only 2 values belong to power rate that is higher than 9,000. And the other ones may be lesser than 9,000 or close to 9,000. So it's not going to work. You can also type in equal, and also that's like totally up to you. Even if you put in different values, let's say I'm going to do is instead of power rate, I also want the Dasani water. Let's say I'm going to do is we have it on B6. I want also B7. So I'm going to do is B7. Hit on enter and you can see 2 and still 0. And there we go. We have our answer. So that is it for this COUNTIF and COUNTIFs function. Now let's go off to minimum and maximum if functions. Let's try this out over here. Equal minimum ifs. Now it's going to search up for the minimum range. Okay, you can see minimum range. I'm going to select the specific cell. You have to put in the criteria range 1. Let's say what is going to belong in the criteria range 1. Now what I'm going to do is, let's say instead of that, I'm going to do is remove this. Now I want a specific value from a specific city. First I'm going to do is go off the criteria 1 and I'm going to select any of these cells. There we go. We already have it. Now I'm going to do is select the criteria range. And now I want the minimum range. Okay. Now what minimum range do I want? Let's say I want the Fantas or all of them being sold over here. So you can see still the value is 0. Why is it 0? Because there are none selected to this specific city, or the Fanta belonging to that specific city. You're going to need that specific, let's say, I'm going to just cut this off. Let's say I'm going to select this value. And there we go. We have our specific value. Press on OK. And that is the minimum value of that specific city and the unit sold. We're going to do the same thing with maximum if, max if s. Just cut this off. Forgot to add in our equal max if s. I'm going to do is go off to this function arguments. We're going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to go off to criteria 1. And I'm going to do is select the specific city. Let's say NYC. To select all of the cities. And from here, I want the maximum range from the unit sold. There we go. The maximum for NYC is going to be 12,500. So that is our answer. So I hope you learned everything in this lesson of these average functions, or let's say our if functions and ifs function with the basic functions in Microsoft Excel. If you didn't understand a part, please let us know and we'll guide you through the whole process. And thank you for watching this video from the beginning to the end. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn how to make a mark sheet in Microsoft Excel. Well, this is very simple, but you just have to follow a lot of steps, okay? And make sure to see the video from the beginning to the end so that you don't face any problem later on. So without any further ado, let's just start on by adding in our database. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is select on this. I'm going to do is type in SL number. Then I'm going to do is type in subject, as this is a mark sheet. What I'm going to do is type in mark, or let's say letter grade. Letter grade. Then I'm going to do is type in the point. Then here is going to be our GPA without or subject. Then I'm going to do the last one is going to be our total GPA. Okay, I'm going to do is extend these so that I get a better view of it. I'm going to do is make sure to keep all of these values centered. I'm going to do is increase them a bit. And both. Now, as we have this result over here, or as we have all of them over here already, what I'm going to do is start putting in my serial numbers and then my subjects. Let's say here my subject, I'm going to do is put in 8. Let's just start off with 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now I'm going to put in my subject name. Let's say I'm going to type in English, geography. Let's say novel. Do is put in botany, physics, and then there we go. We have all the subjects ready. What I'm going to do is put in my mark. Let's say I'm going to type in 78, 90, 67, 57, 68, 90. Let's say put in 66, 55. There we go. We all have it. Now the last thing, or the starting of putting in your formula, is going to begin from over here. Now here, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this first, and I'm going to do is keep them to be decimal, or let's say I'm going to keep it to be like this. And here I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to keep it to be right aligned or maybe left aligned. Looks a bit better than the other ones, right? I'm going to do is keep them to be left aligned too. There we go. We have our values. Now I'm going to do is start putting in my letter grade. Now, how are you going to start it? Type in equal, and then you have to start it with the if function. Type in if. Now, what I'm going to do is start off putting in my own values. Now, I'm going to do is type or select the specific cell, C2. If it is greater or equal to 80, it should tell me that it is A plus, okay? I'm going to do is double quotation, A plus. Double quotation, close it off. Now I'm going to do is copy this same thing. I'm going to do is, instead of this, I'm going to do just copy this so that I can use it a couple more times over here. Put in your comma, and you have to put in another. Let's say you have to put in if over here. If inside of this. And I'm going to do the same thing. Make sure to copy all of it. Now change the value. Let's say if it is 70, greater or equal to 70, it should say only A. I'm going to do is copy the whole thing again. Let's send the copy up till here, Control C. Now after the bracket, make sure it doesn't close the bracket. I'm going to do is close this bracket off. Put in another comma. Put in another if function, which you can see from over here. Now C2, if it is greater or equal to 60, type in 60, it should tell me A minus. I'm going to go off over here, put in a comma, and then put in that same function or paste it again. Now, after 60, what you're going to do is, if it is 50, it should tell me it is a B. Or let's say B. Okay. After that, put in another comma. Then I'm going to do is put in the function again. If it is greater or equal to 40, then it should say C. Put in the comma again, Control V. And if it is equal or greater to, let's say, 30, okay, I have to change this value to, if it is 40, no, 30, it should say fail. Okay. Then after you're done, what you're going to do is close out the parentheses and see how many times you've opened it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So make sure to close it up 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. You'll basically see the black, bracket appear. Then you're going to do is press on enter, and you can see the values over here. Now use the fill header to get the results of each and every one. You can see it over here. Now if I put in, let's say, 30, you can see the F has appeared up. But I don't want that. Let's say I'm going to type in 70. There we go. We have our result. Now we can do the same thing with our grade point. What I'm going to do is, first thing, I'm going to copy all of this up. Control C. I'm going to do is keep it just the way it is. And make sure to paste it over here. Now what you're going to do is you have to put in the grade point. Now if it is A plus, it should tell me that the point grade and how it is. Okay, we're going to put in the GPA. If it is 80, then it should tell me that it is a 5. I'm going to put in 5. Then if it is 70, it should tell me 4.5. 4.5. If it is 60, it should tell me 4. If it is 50, it should tell me 3.5. 3.5. There we go. 5, 4.5, 4, 3.5, And then here we have is 3. And then if it is an F, it should tell me a 0. Okay, there we go. We have it. Hit on enter and you can see the GPA or the points of each and every value. And you can see that how it adds up. Okay, it's going to take or use these cells as a reference and give me the point of each and every value. Now you're going to do is sum all of them up. You're going to do is click on equal. And what you're going to do is select all these cells plus this one plus this one. We're going to do the same thing over and over again. Do is E2 over here. This one plus this one plus this one. I'm going to do the same thing, do it over and over again until you get the results of each and every one. And the last one is this. Hit on enter and that is how it should be. But you can see that this appears to be something like this. What you're going to do is make sure to sum it up, and then what you're going to do is divide it by the number of subjects you have. So you're going to click on it again and equal. I'm going to do is put in the sum function before it, sum. What I'm going to do is close this off. Now after closing this off, you're going to divide it by the specific number. I'm going to do is close this parentheses. Now divide it by the number of subject. Now we have is 8. So I'm going to type in 8. Hit on enter and that will be our GPA without the fourth subject. Now what you're going to do is if you want to remove the decimals, you can do that too, but I prefer keeping it to be something like this because it gives you the exact value and the exact GPA. But if there is like more, decimals, you can remove it or you can keep it just the way you want it to look. Okay, now what we're going to do is get in another value. We're going to put in our fourth subject right over here. What I'm going to do is type in over here. I'm going to type in fourth subject, select on it. I'm going to keep it bold, have it bigger. There we go. Now here I'm going to put in 9. And here I'm going to do is put in my subject. Let's say this is going to be any of the subject. It could be anything. Let's say anatomy. There we go. We have our another subject. I'm going to do select this and keep it left aligned. I'm going to do the same thing over here. Put in your own mark and then put in or use the specific value right over here. You can copy it up too if you want to, but you can also keep it the way you want. Let's say 90. I'm going to do the same thing over here. Use the fill header. There we go. I'm going to use delete this value and we have it. I'm going to use the same thing over here. Delete this value and there we go. Now I'm going to do is get the values of that specific cell too. But first thing I'm going to do is merge these cells up. Merge and try keeping it at the center. There we go, 4.25. Now I'm going to do is get the specific value of this too, of the fourth subject. I'm going to do is select on this. I'm going to do is merge them up. Do the same thing over here so that it looks a bit better. Merge, merge, and also merge them. There we go. I'm going to do is keep them to be at the center. Looks a bit better. Center. Okay. There we go. We have it. Now the thing what I'm going to do is going to be putting in my GP. Okay. Let's say I'm going to do is select these two. Okay. GP. And then I'm going to do is above 3. I'm going to put the same thing over here. You can merge it up if you want to. I'm going to type in if. I'm going to do is select on the specific cell equal if. Then I'm going to do is select this cell, which you can see from over here. Select this. And then if it is greater than 3, okay, which you can see over here, greater than 3, comma, and then select the specific cell again, E11 minus 2. There we go, comma, and then 0. Close the parentheses off and then hit on enter if you want to. And you can also put in decimals if you want to, but as I don't have decimals, it's going to give me a specific value. But if you have decimals over here, you can put in the decimal if you want to. I can also use it like this. I'm going to do is select on this and make sure to use decimals according to your desire. but I'm going to keep it just the way it is. So as I have the exact answer, what I'm going to do is going to be, if you change these values up, it's going to turn different. Okay, it's going to be a bit different from over here. So let's say I'm going to do is type in 40, and you can see this is 1. So I'm going to do is keep it 90, and there we go. We have our answer and also our GP. Okay, now what we're going to do is get the grade point. I'm going to do is select all of these up and merge them all together. Now here, what we're going to do is type in equal and then put in your function. Let's say I'm going to sum it all up. I'm going to do is sum up the specific grade points, which I have over here, this one and the others. I'm going to do select all of them up all together. You can also select them individually according to your desire. So I'm going to do the last one also. I'm going to put in a comma. Or let's say I'm going to do is plus this value. Or you can do it like this, put in a comma and select this specific cell. And after you're done, what you're going to do is close the parentheses off and divide it by, now you have 9 subjects. But even though this is the 4th subject, so it doesn't count. So I'm going to put in 8, hit on enter, and you can see it will be like this. But what you're going to do is use each and every of the cells. I'm going to do is cut this one off. What I'm going to do is select this plus, then I'm going to do the same thing over here, plus this. Make sure to do it individually. Select them. There we go. We have it. And now we have our GPA with the 4th subject over here. Now what you're going to do is, obviously I'm going to do is take all of these off. I'm going to do is Control X and make sure to put it underneath. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to do is fix all of them up again. Do is merge these cells, merge, the same thing on all of it. Merge them together. There we go. We have our answer. I'm going to do is select on these. I'm going to do is merge them together, put it in the center, and I'm going to do is type in mark sheet. Select it. I'm going to do is increase the size, make it bold. I'm going to do is use a fill header over here, or maybe some different color. Let's say I'm going to put in yellow. What you're going to do next is going to be selecting the headers and then changing them. Select the headers, which you have over here. What I'm going to do is, obviously you can increase the size if you want to, but I already have it increased. So I'm going to keep it just the way it is. Okay. Then I'm going to do is select the whole thing, and I'm going to do is add the border. Select on this, all borders. There we go. Now it looks a lot more better. Then you can also fix up this one. Let's say I'm going to do is select all these up to here, merge them together. There we go. We have our 4th subject. I'm going to do is keep it left aligned, and it looks a lot more better, right? Keep it the way it is. There we go. So hope you learned everything in this lesson on how you'll be able to make a mark sheet. And even if you change the values over here, the grade point is going to change on its own. Okay. 4, there we go. It's going to keep decreasing. So thank you for watching this video up till the end. And now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel Essential. In this lesson, we are going to learn about left, right, mid, rep, and len. Well, what are these functions? Well, these are very simple functions which you can use in Microsoft Excel, and sometimes it is quite useful. Okay, now let's start off by putting in our function. How are you going to put it? Let's say this is going to be a left, right. Then we're going to put in mid. Let's say I'm going to put in our start off by adding in our caps lock, rep, and then our len function. Now, just like it says, it's going to be left, right, mid, rep, and len, but it doesn't work the way you are thinking. It's not going to put the words on the left side or right side or in the middle. So what it does is that basically when you are putting in characters or putting in functions, let's say even words, now you can select the characters you are using. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on equal. What I'm going to do is increase the size of these a bit. Okay, first I'm going to click the size, make sure it is a bit bigger so that it is visible, right? Increase it, and I'm going to do is increase this over here too. And type in equal, left, I'm going to do is put in my own text. Now, let's say I'm going to put my text to be technology. Make sure to put in the text in your double quotation so that it validates the data. Technology, double quotation. Now, what you're going to do is you have this criteria called number or characters. Now, what this function does is that from a specific keyword which you're using, now how many words do you want to use? Well, you might think that this is kind of useless, but each function has its own functionality, okay? Now, let's say I want 4 letters or 4 alphabets from the left side. I'm going to type in 4, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see tech has appeared up. Now, you might think that we can just type it like this, right? But, just some function has some, various functionality it can offer. Now, if you want only 3 letters, you will see only TEC will appear up. You can do the same thing. Let's say I want 5, and only 5 will appear up. It works the same way with right, but it works on the right side of the word which you're trying to put. Right? Put in your own text. Let's say I'm going to do the same thing. Technology. Close the double quotation. Number of characters, let's say I want to put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to put in 5. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see technology. What if I'm going to do is hit on 4 over here. And here I'm going to do is put in 6. So it just, matches up technology, right? You can also make different ones according to your desire. Now I'm going to do the same thing with mid. Well, what it does is just it takes up the middle, or let's say starts off from the middle character or where you want to start it from. Basically, it is called mid because it starts off from the specific alphabet which you're trying to select it from. Type in equal mid. Now select the text. I'm going to do is open the parentheses. I'm going to do the same thing. Technology. Close the parentheses or close off the double quotation, comma. Now you're going to start with the starting number. Now from which alphabet do you want to start? Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's say I'm going to do is type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And type in 5, comma, and I'm going to do is 6. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see technology. You can see 6 of them appeared up. But I want only 2 of them after, the number started. 2, hit on enter, and you can see no. Now I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm not going to put in no. I'm going to do is type in comma 3. Tech, no. Okay, I'm going to do is put it over here. 4, hit on enter, and you can see technology. What we're going to do is just keep it, Control X, put it over here. Control X, put it over here. There we go. I'm going to do the same thing over here so that it looks a bit better and works a bit better. There we go. We have tech, even though you see the whole text is over here. We have mid, where we started off from mid. Now you can use whichever value you want. Let's say if I want to start from 4, if I want 5 letters, you can see all of them has appeared up. Now you can put in 1, only 1 alphabet will appear up, which is H. But I want 2 of it after the starting character, so I can see it like this. I'm going to type in 3, 2. This is how it works. I'm going to type in 5 and 2, comma. There we go. This looks a lot better, right? Now the next thing we're going to learn is going to be rept. Now what does the rept function do? Well, basically the rept function is the repetitive, or let's say repeat function. It's going to repeat the same character you want to put. Type in equal rept and put in your text. Let's say I'm going to do is type in again tech, no. Let's say I'm going to type in tech. Close out the parentheses or close out the double quotation and how many times you want it to appear. Let's say I want it to appear 3 times. Close the parentheses and you can see tech, 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 right? But there are no, spaces. Now, how are you going to do that? You cannot do that by clicking on it and then putting in your space. It doesn't work that way. What you have to do is select on this and make sure to put the space after this. Hit on enter and you can see the space. Now, what happens if you put the space before? You can see there will be space, but this is gonna start from over here. Okay, So I would rather, keep the space after the word so that it works a bit better. Hit on this space. There we go. Looks a bit more better, right? Instead of that space. Now we have is the len function. Let's just show you how this len function works. Well, the len function basically is going to give you the number of alphabets in that specific, keyword or the word which you're using. Type in equal len and put in your own text. Let's say I'm going to type in technology. Close the double quotation, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and it will give me 10 because there is 10 in technology. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We can do the same thing with other stuff. What I'm going to do is type in America. There we go, 7. And I can do the same thing from over here. What I'm going to do is select the specific cell. Even if you want to, it might not work. See, we can only put in text inside of it. So now you know how this function works in Microsoft Excel of left, mid, right, rect, and len. Where we're going to give you, let's say an additional to this lesson, which is going to be concatenating data. It just basically does is concatenates the data or puts them together. And how are you going to do that? Equal, concatenate. You can see it over here, concatenate. Select the text, comma, this, comma, this. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see everything will be added in together. Now, what if you want spaces? Now, that is a bit different, okay? So it works a bit different when you want, spaces, and then you want to put in numbers, also with concatenate. And how are you going to do that? Type in equal and concatenate. Open this up. Okay, first off, I'm going to do is put in a value over here. Okay, we already have the value. We have 7 over here. Equal, concatenate. I'm going to do select the text, comma, this. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see technology 7. What you're going to do is put in a star or asterisk sign. I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to click on this function argument. What you're going to do is make sure this is empty. And in the third one, I'm going to do is put in this value. Hit on OK, and there we go. We have it. Even though there is no space, what you're going to do is select on this over here, put in double quotation 2 times, hit on enter, and you will basically see this over here. Now, even though if it still does not, what you're going to do is use concat, okay? Concat over here, concat data. I'm going to do is hit on enter, and you will basically see the number is still the same. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be using another way of how you can do that. You can put in and, okay? If you put in and, it's going to be a space, okay? So I'm going to do is put in the specific cell and then put in, this over here. I'm going to select on this. Okay, let's just start off with putting in 2 alphabets at the same time. Equal, concat. I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to do is put this tech, comma, 2 of them, comma, and then this is going to be how it's going to look like. Techno, right? I'm going to do is cut this one off. And here we're going to do is type in equal, select the specific cell. Let's say this is going to be our tech. Then you're going to do is put in an ampersand, then put in double quotation in between, and put in the ampersand again. And this is going to be this. Okay. And after you're done, make sure to hit on enter so that you get your exact results. Hit on enter and you will see it will be like this. Okay. Make sure to put in a space. And there we go. We have the space in between. So it's going to work this way. Okay. What I'm going to do is put in 7. Let's see if it works. You can see tech 7 has appeared up. So make sure to put in that space in between this double quotation so that it puts the space in between this 2 text or 2 data. So hope you learned everything in this lesson. And now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to our another lesson of Microsoft Excel Essential. Now, in this lesson, we are going to learn about the round function. Now, how does this function work? Well, this is a very simple function which is going to give you a round figure of any numerical value. Let's say if you have one decimal and some digits, which is like 1.23, 1.73, whichever value it is, even if it's on the hundreds, it will still give you a round value according to your need. Now, before showing you this lesson, or before showing you how the function works, we are going to put up a couple of data or a couple of numerical values, which I'm going to be putting right now, and then show you how the round function works. And even though if it is, let's say this is a single function, but there are a couple of numerical values, such as it could belong in the tens, thousands, ones, lakhs, it's going to be up to you. But if you want any of the results of each and every one, you're going to see that we are going to put up a couple of data and also get a round figure or a round number of that specific cell. Now, I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to type in 20.34, just type in 2.09, enter. Let's say I'm going to just type in 20.436. I'm going to type in, let's say, 39.1. I'm going to just type in 100. Okay, maybe 1,000 first. Dot this. Hit on enter. 47 point couple of values. 57.2 or maybe 6. Couple of values. Comma 2. Okay, we have a couple of values. Now, before starting the round function, find out the cell where you want to put in your data. Now, after you put in your data, I'm going to just type in equal for, my function. I'm going to type in round, and you can see the round function has opened up. Hit on tab, and you can see it is going to let you show its criteria, which is going to be numbers and number digits. First, I'm going to do select the number, which is going to be over here. I'm going to put in a comma and then start off with the number of digits. Now, there are a couple of number digits which you can put. Now, there is minus value and also plus value. So let's start off with our plus value. Now, if you want 2 digits, type in 2, close the parentheses. What I'm going to do is hit on enter, and you can see this is 20.34, which is 2 digits right now. But if I type in a numerical value, which is going to be tens, and I want it close to 10, so I'm going to type in 1. Hit on enter, and you can see 20.3. Okay, now it is on single value. Okay, now if you type in 0, it will give you the exact 1 value. You type in 1, hit on enter, and you can see that like this. I'm going to type in 0, hit on enter, and you can see this is now 20. Now we're going to get the results of each and every one through the same process, and it is very simple. Now, if I want, maybe let's say type in equal round, open the parentheses, select the number, put in a comma, and let's say I want it closer to 0, so I'm going to type in 0. I'm going to do is close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the 2. Now, what if I say I want minus value? I want it to be 0. I'm going to type in this, put in a minus, put in 1, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see this is now closer to 0 or the closer to tens. Now, if I put in 9, and you will see that it will show me 10. Let me just show it to you. You can see now this is closer to the tens. So it has given me the answer of 10. Okay. Now, if I use the fill header, the same formula will be applied to every one of them. But I don't want it to be that way. So I'm going to be showing you hundreds this time. Now, you can see that there are 3 values. Okay, 3 decimals. So I'm going to type in -1 or -2 to get our 10 function. So I'm going to just hit on enter, and you can see 20 as our answer because now that is closer to 20. Now I'm going to do the same thing over here, but here, as this is on hundreds, I'm going to type in -2. Hit on enter, and you can see 2400. Okay, this works the same way for lakhs, but I didn't put anything that is closer to lakhs, so I'm going to do is type in maybe 4, 5, okay, 6. There we go. We have it. And you can see this is closer to 5. Now you might try putting in number 3, hit on enter, and you can see that now this is closer to thousands first. Okay, so this is closer to thousands. So we're going to do the same feature over here. I'm going to do is cut this off. Okay, my bad. I'm going to do is cut this off, and I'm going to do the same process over here. Hit on escape. I'm going to do the same thing. Instead of 1, let me put in 3, hit on enter, and you can see this is closer to 0 because this is not the one you think, because this is outside of the decimals, not inside. But if I turn this into thousands, I'm going to do is type in 2, hit on enter, and you can see 2000 as the answer. Now if I put in 7 over here instead of 3, it will show me 3000. Let me show it to you. I'm going to type in 7, hit on enter, and you can see this is closer to 3000. So this is the round figure of that specific value. Okay, so it just basically gives you the round figure or the round number, how the data is, or closer, or the closest one to it is. So let me show you the last one, which is going to be plus 3. So I'm going to do is type in over here. Let's say I'm going to type in 3, hit on enter, and you can see 0 as the closest because now it is closing or selecting our closest number, which is going to be this. Now let's say I'm going to type in 27. You can see 3000 as our answer. So this basically works kind of like the same way, but you know, it kind of works. So it's going to be up to you. Now, if you increase the decimals, you will basically see the difference. When you see like click on this, or maybe clicking on this, you can see how it works. So now you know how this will work. You can open up the decimals, you can open up something, or let's say whatever you want to like see the decimals, you can do that. Now, if I try, let's say 1 on this, not -1, but only 1, hit on enter, and you can see 215.2. Now, if I type in 27, it will give me 3. So, hope you learned everything in this lesson on how you'll be able to use the round function. And if you didn't understand a part, or if you have any question with this round function, please let me know, or feel free to ask us any question and we will guide you through the whole process. So let's move on to our next lesson of this course. Welcome back to our another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the match function. Now, what is the match function? Well, the match function basically finds out the specific value or the specific position of a specific range of data by selecting the reference. It is also termed as a lookup function. It is very simple to use. Now you can see that I have a range of data over here, and I also have this specific box over here. Let me just show it to you how this specifically works. Now you can see that I have this box over here where I want the result. So I'm going to do is type in equal, type in match. Open up the parentheses, and then it's going to look up for a specific value, which is the criteria. Now the lookup value is going to be our product, which we have over here. I'm going to put in a comma, and this is going to be the lookup array. Let's say I'm going to do select the lookup array where I have the range of data, and put in a comma, and then I'm going to type in 0 for exact match. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and mouse belongs to the second row. Now what if I change the value over here? Let's say I'm going to type in keyboard, hit on enter, and you can see keyboard is in the third. But what if I type in, let's say I'm going to click on this, you can see the NA error appears up. Because when you are using this function, as this is a lookup function, it is very case sensitive. So make sure that it is very specific, key, B-O-A-R-D, and you will see the value will appear up. Let's try the same thing by putting in, let's say, Mike. And you can see 7. Now you can also do something over here, is that removing it and double clicking on it and hitting on enter, and it will also give you the same value. Okay, so now you know basically how the match function works in Microsoft Excel. Even if you want to edit in your own data, let's say I'm going to do is hit on, or let's say as I have Mike, I'm going to do is remove this. I'm going to do is put in hover, hit on enter, and you can see it will also show me an NA error. Because in the specific range of data, there is no such thing as Mike. Now I'm going to put in Mike over here. Now instead of 7, it will give me the answer 4. So hope you learned everything in this lesson, and in the next lesson, we're going to learn about the index and trim function. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel Essential. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the index and the trim function and how those actually work. Well, the index function is a lookup function which is going to give you the exact data of a specific position. Now in our match function, what we did is select the specific reference of the subject or the object, and then it gave us the specific position of it. Well, it does the polar opposite. We're gonna take the position number, or let's say we're gonna do is use the reference of numerical values, and then we're gonna get the data of that specific numerical value or that specific position. Now what we're gonna do is, as you can see that I have my range of data over here, product, serial, and price. Now I want the data over here of which position. Now in our position, we have the specific position, and I also have rows and columns, because in the index function, you can use it in two different ways. Now let's start off by putting in my data. Now in our position, let's say I'm gonna type in 4. In our row, I'm gonna type in 2 and column 2. Now I want the data of the fourth position and what data is in the fourth position. Type in equal index. Now you can see index and index over here. So first one needs array, row number, and column number as the criteria. And the next one, which I said to be the next or the second type, is going to be the reference, row number, column number, and then the area number. What we're going to do is use the first one, and I'm going to do select the array. You can see over here, select the array, comma, and then I'm going to do is select the row number. So the row number is going to be G3. We're going to use it as a reference. So I'm going to type in G3. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the fourth position is mobile. Now, if I change it, I can change this over here. But if I change the position or the numerical value over here, let's type in 5, it will give me mouse pad. If I change it to 6, it will give me headphone. If I change it to 7, we have mic. And 1 for mouse, and 2 for keyboard. Now you can also use 1 to get the position or products. Now I'm going to keep it 3 so that it works a bit more better. Now we're going to do is the second one by selecting or using the reference of both the rows and columns. Now how do we do that? Now the first thing I'm going to do is select on these rows and keep the numerical value constant if you want to. You can also change it later on. First thing I'm going to do is go off the data, type in equal index. I'm going to do is select the array. Okay, I'm going to select the whole array of data, or let's say I'm going to do select just these. Put in a comma, then I'm going to do is G6 as the row number, G6, comma, and H7 as this, or H6 as this. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the value is 42724. Row number is 2, and the column number is 2. 42724. Okay, now if I change the value over here, type in 3, it will tell me 247627. If I change the column over here to, it will give me the value or the price point of the mobile. So I'm going to type in 3. There we go. We have $45. Now we can also change the value over here by changing it to dollars. Now, if I change this value over here and type in 2, it will give me the value of keyboard. If I change it, let's say 1, it will give me the value of the mouse, which is $36. Let's put in 6, it will give me 54. If I put in 5, it will give me $86 for the headphone. Now, if I change the column, let's say I'm going to change it to 2, it will give me the serial number of that specific value. But this time, as I don't need the accounting, I'm going to use the general data or the data format. So now you know how the index function is used in Microsoft Excel. Now let's also show you how you can use the trim function. Let's say I'm going to type in a data. Let's say I love to eat. As you can see, sometimes a couple of people do not align them perfectly and put a couple of spaces in between them. Okay, but what you can do is use the trim function to fix it up. Type in equal trim, select the text, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and it will be perfectly spaced. Now I'm going to do the same thing over here. Let's say I love to eat ice cream in the summer. Hit on enter. I'm going to do is type in equal trim, select the specific text Or you can also put in your text if you want to, and you can see it will work just perfectly and give you the specific alignment and perfect alignment for that specific text. So hope you learned everything in this lesson, and now let's move on to our next lesson where we are going to learn about index and match function together. Welcome back to another lesson of Microsoft Excel Essential. This is the last lesson of this specific course. So in this lesson, we're going to learn about index and match. Now, first off, what we have learned in the previous lesson are also individual index and match. But in this lesson, we are going to make an advanced, or let's say a drop-down or a dynamical range of data by using index and match. So first thing I'm going to do is start putting in my own data. What I'm going to do is start in number. Let's say I'm going to put in just number. Here I'm going to put in the name. Then I'm going to do is put in a couple of subjects. Graphy. Type in history. I'm going to type history. Then let's say bio, physics. Okay, so we have it. Now what I'm going to do is put in over here, let's say I'm going to type in subjects. And here I'm going to do is make in my dynamical box. Let's say I need it over here. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 is like perfect. What I'm going to do is box this up. What I'm going to do is make it all center aligned. What I'm going to do is put in the header. Make it bold. There we go. We have it. Do the same thing over here. There we go. So now we have it. I'm going to choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm putting a couple of names. Raise, Omen, Brim, Reina, Phoenix, Neon, ISO, and then let's say I'm going to put in Bridge. Then I'm going to do is go off the geography. Now what's the score? I'm going to do is type in a couple of numbers. There we go. Do the same thing on this one. I'm going to do the same thing over here. There we go. So we have our data over here, which is also our scores. I'm going to do is make sure to merge them up, keep it center aligned. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is going to be making or using the subjects over here. What I'm going to do is select the subjects. What I'll do is Control C. There we go. Now what I'm going to do is going to be making in a drop-down list over here first. Here I'm going to do is go off the data. And what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on data validation. Click on list. I'm going to select the source, which is going to be the names. Okay. Now press on OK, and there we go. We have the drop-down list. Now I'm going to do is keep it on a specific person. Now we're going to do is start putting in our functions, which and how it's going to function up. So first thing I'm going to do is select on the index. Okay. I'm going to start off with the index function equal index. And then I'm going to do is start putting in the values. Now what is going to be the value? Now first off, select the whole array of data, which is going to start off from over here. Now, as I've selected that whole range of data, what you're going to do is you can also anchor the data if you want to, but you can also not, because it is going to select the specific range of data according to your need. Now what you're going to do is select the row number. Okay, so then now the row number is going to be the values. Okay, but what we're going to do is going to be putting in match, the match function. And here in our match function, what we're going to do is select this specific cell. There we go. We have the drop down list, put in a comma. And then what you're going to do is put in the names. Okay, I'm going to select all of the names over here. And after I've put in all of the range, I need the lookup array. So then the lookup array is going to be also our specific cell. You can put in first off 0. Okay, put in a comma and then 0. And there we go. We have it. Close the parentheses. And then you have to put in another comma. The first thing you have to learn about is locking up that specific cell. Okay, I'm going to do is lock up those specific cells. F4. And there we go. We have locked up that value. I'm going to go out after the bracket, and then you have to put in more match functions. Then you're going to do is put in more match function over here. I'm going to type in match. And as I've put in match, then you have to select this specific cell, which is K6. Okay, K6. And then what you're going to do is select the number, or let's say select the range over here. We have the lookup array or the lookup value. Then I'm going to do is select all of these and put in comma and then 0. And make sure to lock those values too. I'm going to do is press in no, press in OK, lock up that value, F4. And after that, what you're going to do is close up the parentheses, put in another comma, or let's say put in another bracket. Hit on enter, and you can see this is how it will work. You can do the same thing over here, and it will say NAR, because now it is going to be using the next one. What I'm going to do is take on this value. Now, if you change that value, it will change. I'm going to do is select the whole function over here, Control C. I'm going to do the same thing over here, and I'm going to do is select that specific cell, Control V. And here, as we used K6, I'm going to do is put in, let's say K, and I'm going to do is K7. Hit on enter, and there we go. We have it. Control V, K8. There we go. And this one is going to be Control V and K9. Hit on enter. There we go. We have the values. And I'm just going to do is change the values, and you can see all of them will change at the same time. So this is basically how you use the index and match function at the same time to get the values all at once. Let's say most of the time used in, results and stuff. You can see when people make a mark sheet and they want all the values at the same time, they use this specific function. But one thing about this is that you cannot use the fill header and get the results of each and every one. So make sure to use it according to your desire. And this is basically how it will work. So thank you for watching this course or this video up till from the beginning to the end. And hope to see you in my next course of Microsoft Excel Advanced. And we also have a couple of class projects which you'll be able to participate so that you can practice on the subject or practice on whatever you have to learn in the specific course. So till then, stay well, and thank you for watching this video. We welcome you to our class project of Microsoft Excel Essential. The name of this class project is using COUNTIF to find out number of duplicates, both letter case and numerical value. Now we have the description and also the steps and also our outcome. Let's see what we have in our description. So the COUNTIF function in Excel is a powerful tool to counting cells that meets a specific condition or specified condition. It allows you to count the number of cells within a range that meet a given criteria. So in step 1, what we're going to do is going to be opening the spreadsheet called class project 1 in the resource file. And then there is also another folder called CP. Make sure to find that and open that spreadsheet. In step 2, what you're going to do is select the blank cells to get the result. Now, there's going to be a designated cell where you're going to put in the result. Then you're going to do is use the function called COUNTIF. If you can't find or if you forgot how to put in your COUNTIF function, make sure to open up function arguments so that you can put in the criterias. Then select the range of data and criteria from the given range or the data which you have in that specific spreadsheet. Now do the same process to find out the alphabetical value, but use the double quotation for that case. And when you are using numerical value, you don't have to put double quotation, but when you're using alphabetical, you must use the double quotation. And in the step 6, save the file and upload it in our project panel. Now, the outcome of the COUNTIF function is a versatile tool that is going to help you to quickly analyze and summarize the data based on specific condition, making it an essential component for Excel for data analysis. Now, let's open up the spreadsheet. As you can see that I have opened up my class project spreadsheet. Now here I have the values, which is going to be the range, and this is also the range. Let's start off by selecting the number of cell. So this is going to be the cell, which we're going to do is find the values or the number of duplicates for 78. So what we're going to do is type in equal. I'm going to do is count if, open up count if, and then you have the range. And just like I said, if you can't find it, open up this function argument and then put in the specific range. I'm going to do is select the specific range. There we have our data. And then I'm going to do is put in the criteria. Let's say I'm going to type in 78. Hit on enter, and there we go. We have the number of 78 used in that specific range of data. We're going to do the same thing over here for 45. Equal count if. We're going to select the range. I'm going to do is put in a comma, and then the criteria is going to be 45. Close the parentheses, hit on enter. 45 has been used 7 times. Equal count if, select the range, comma 84. Close the parentheses. There we go. We have the answer. Equal count if, select the range, comma 56. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. You can also use, let's say, references. I'm going to do is type in over here 78, 45, 84, and 56. Instead of those, I'm going to do is use the reference cell. Hit on enter. Do the same thing over here. Double click on it. Remove the numerical value. I'm going to do the same process. There we go. We have the answer. Now I'm going to do is equal count if to get the result of each and every one. Let's see how many cells are active. What I'm going to do is, instead of those, I'm going to do is put the criteria, comma. I'm going to open up this function argument, and you can select whichever cell you want to use. That's like up to you. I'm going to press on cancel, but here I'm going to do is equal. Type in equal count. Now the values, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. There's 20. Now let's see if it sums up to 20 equal. Sum. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have the answer. Now we're going to do the same thing, or let's say use the double quotation for our values over here, which is going to be the alphabetical value, which is also letter case. I'm going to do is click on over here, equal. I'm going to type in count if, select this. Here I'm going to do is select the specific cell. I'm going to click on all of them, which is we're going to need only the genders. Just type in 14. It's going to be over here. And in the criteria, I'm going to do is put in double quotation. Let's say whichever one meets, okay, this is male, so I'm going to type in M. I'm going to press on OK, and there we go. We have our value. I'm going to do the same thing, equal count if, open the parentheses, select the range, comma, double quotation, M, or let's say this one is female, so I'm going to type in F, close it off. There we go. We have the answer. I'm going to do is sum those up. What I'm going to do is use the count function to see if it sums up. Okay. Okay, I'm going to do is count A. 13. Let's sum this up. Equal sum. And there we go. We have 13. So now you know how you'll be able to use it. So after you're done with this, make sure to save this up and make sure to put in the values and then upload it in our project panel. Now let's move on to our second class project of Microsoft Excel Essential. Welcome back to our second class project of Microsoft Excel Essential. The name of this class project is using SUMIF and SUMIFS to find out specific amount of goods being sold in specific country. Now the description is that the SUMIF and SUMIFS functions in Excel are used for summing values based on specific conditions. Now we have a couple of steps which you have to follow for this class project. Now first off, you're going to do is open the spreadsheet called class project 2 or class project 2 in the resource file and then CP. So when you open up the CP file or the resource file, you will find another folder called CP where all of the spreadsheet and also the Word document will be there. Okay, open that up, and then in step 2, you're going to do is select the blank cell where you want the result. But even though there is a designated cell where you can put in your result, then what you're going to do is use the function SUMIF and SUMIFS. Okay, first off, you're going to do is get the value by using SUMIF, and in the next cell, you're going to do is use the SUMIFS cell. You're going to do is select the range of data and criteria according to your need. In step 5, you're going to find out the goods being sold in Germany. Well, there are a couple of countries in there, but make sure to find out the goods being sold in Germany with both the function. And in the step 6, you're going to do is save the file and upload it in our project panel. So in the outcome, both the functions are powerful tools for conditional summation, making it easy to analyze and aggregate data based on specific criteria in your Excel spreadsheet. So as there is a range of data, we're going to find out the exact value you want. So now let's move on, or let's say open our spreadsheet file where we're going to get our values. You can see from over here that I have opened up my spreadsheet, Now you can see I also have this range of data. From this range of data, I will be getting the values of Germany, right, according to the steps. So the next step is going to be selecting the cells or the designated cell where I want my results. So this is going to be the cell. Then I'm going to do is put in the function. Now, how are we going to put in the function? If you don't know how to put in the function over here, you can open up this, click on effects, and you can search it from over here. What I'm going to do is type in SUMIF. Then hit on enter. There we go. We have it. Double click on it. And it's going to show me something like this. We're going to do it 2 times so that you know how to do it. Now, first off, I'm going to do is select the range. I'm going to do select the range. I'm going to do select the criteria, which is going to be Germany. Then I'm going to select the sum range. There we go. I'm going to hit on OK. And the goods being sold in Germany by using sum is 15,932. I want to do it in a different way. I'm going to just type in equal SUMIF, select the range, comma, criteria is going to be Germany, comma, and the sum range. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have the same value. Now we're going to do is use the SUMIFS function. I'm going to type in equal SUMIFS, open the parentheses. I'm going to start off right over here. Select the sum range. Criteria range is going to be over here. Select. Then I'm going to do is go off to criteria, go on Germany, and there we go. We have the same answer, right, by using SUMIFS. Now I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to type in equal SUMIFS, select the sum range, comma, the criteria range, select this, comma, and then I'm going to do is put in the keyword. Well, let's say I'm going to type in Germany. Close the double quotation, close it off, hit on enter, and you can see the value. Let's say what if I want which segment it is from. Now I want the Germany values which are only in the government. So how do I do that? Equal SUMIFS, select the unit sold, comma, criteria range, comma, I'm going to do is criteria Germany, comma, criteria 2 is going to be segment, comma, and then I'm going to do is select government only. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and this is the value of only government. So hope you understood everything in this lesson or everything in this class project. And after you're done, make sure to save this file up and upload it in our project panel so that we can see it. And if you didn't understand a part, please let us know and we will guide you through the whole process. And thank you for watching this video up till the end.